Chapter 1440. In a secluded and mysterious place in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. In the depths of the mountains that were shrouded in clouds, a figure flew out from a huge cave abode and soared into the sky. As the clouds and mist in the sky scattered, his figure gradually appeared. It was a tall middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. His face was as clear as jade, and there was a majestic air between his brows. He looked like an iron tower as he stood there. He looked majestic as he hovered in the air. "I've been in closed-door cultivation for 30 years. I wonder how Yong is doing now," the middle-aged man murmured. Suddenly, the middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. A rare gentleness appeared on his dignified face. It was as if the Yong he spoke of had a great magical power. "Humph. If it wasn't for those old farts watching over me, I wouldn't be stuck here. However, if I'm given another 1,000 years, I won't have to be afraid of those old farts anymore." As though he had thought of something, the golden-robed middle-aged man's face turned grave immediately. The gentleness on his face disappeared. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved and soared into the sky. In just a few moments, he appeared in a secluded valley in the depths of the mountains. The valley was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious people rarely came here. The middle-aged man pushed the weeds aside and walked into a secluded and damp cave. Initially, the cave was as dark as night. However, as the middle-aged man made a few turns, a ray of light appeared before his eyes. As the middle-aged man walked out, the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was even a little blinding. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be unaware of the blinding light. He continued to walk forward and finally appeared at the source of the light. It was a spacious cave abode with pearls piled up like a mountain. The dazzling white light came from these pearls. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the pearls piled up like a mountain were luminous pearls. The smallest of these luminous pearls was the size of an adult's fist. The bigger ones were the size of a basketball. Any one of them would be a rare treasure on the mortal continent. However, in the eyes of the golden-robed middle-aged man, these luminous pearls were just decorations. They did not attract his attention at all. Passing through the cave residence piled with luminous pearls, the golden-robed middle-aged man entered a small cave residence. Inside the small cave, the furnishings were simple. Other than a bed, there was only a table. Now, whether it was the bed or the table, both were covered in a layer of dust. Yong. At this moment, the golden-robed middle-aged man let out a sorrowful cry for no reason. His body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Waves of invisible airwaves swept out, causing the bed and table to shake. At that moment, the golden-gowned middle-aged man's gaze landed on that table. On the table, there was an exquisite box with some sparkling and translucent fragments in it. If these fragments were put together, they would form a small transparent bead. More precisely, it was a soul orb. A soul orb was a pearl that stored a trace of a person's or beast's soul energy. It was used to determine whether a person was still alive. If the soul orb was in good condition, it meant that the owner of the soul orb was alive and well. Once a soul orb shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul orb was dead. Whoa! All of a sudden, the golden-robed middle-aged man who was extremely enraged spat out a mouthful of blood that stained half of the small cave. "I don't care who it is. For killing my Yong, I'll annihilate 9 generations of your family." The golden-robed middle-aged man's body trembled violently. When he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely cold. The rolling sound waves swept out and overturned the bed and table in the small cave. Roar! The golden-robed middle-aged man raised his head and let out a low roar. In the next moment, his body emitted a dazzling golden light that was as bright as the sun. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the ground quaked and the mountain shook. It was as though the small cave was about to burst open. It was not just the small cave. Even the large cave outside and the entire mountain that hid the large and small cave collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to rise into the air. Roar! Roar! At the same time, a deep dragon's roar resounded in all directions. A divine dragon that was completely golden soared up into the sky from the collapsed mountain. The golden light on its body surged as though waves of golden flames were burning. Accompanied by a series of dragons' roar, the golden divine dragon that was several hundred meters long had already soared into the sky. The cloud dragon. The golden divine dragon hovered in the clouds, its entire body was faintly discernible. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to see that each of the golden divine dragon's claws had 5 claws. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 5-clawed divine dragon was undoubtedly the most powerful existence. However, there were different levels among the 5-clawed divine dragons as well. Among them, the 5-clawed devil dragon was the most terrifying. Next would be the 5-clawed golden dragon. Almost every clan leader of the dragons was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Only a 5-clawed golden dragon was qualified to lead all the dragons. As for the other 5-clawed divine dragons, they were at most elders who assisted the clan leader of the dragons and ruled over the dragons. Diju. The commotion caused by the 5-clawed golden dragon quickly attracted the attention of 3 old men. These 3 old men were extremely tall like iron towers. At this moment, they could not help but frown as they looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon that was moving through the clouds. Roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon climbed up the clouds and moved through the clouds. Its gigantic dragon head stood up as it stared at the 3 old men with a pair of eyes that were as big as a gong. It's all because of you old fellows. If it wasn't for you old fellows, Yong'er wouldn't have died. When the 5-clawed golden dragon reached the end of its sentence, it roared furiously. Di Yong. One of the old men could not help but be stunned. Didn't he die a long time ago? Humph. Can't you tell? Just like what the clan leader has guessed, Di Yong didn't die at all. He was hidden by his father, Di Ju. Another old man snorted coldly. Now, it seems like we dragons have to thank the person who killed Di Yong. We have to thank him for getting rid of a disaster for us dragons. Diju, how dare you? How dare you disregard the clan's rules? Today, no matter what, I'll capture you and bring you to the clan leader to be punished. The last old man said furiously. Roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared furiously again. Following that, its gigantic body that was hundreds of meters long trembled as it swept its tail out like a gigantic whip toward the 3 old men. Diju, how dare you? The 3 old men did not expect Diju to be so daring to attack them. At once, they were enraged as they transformed into their true forms. At once, another 3 divine dragons appeared. However, these 3 divine dragons were only 4-clawed divine dragons. Although they were only 4-clawed divine dragons, their strength was not weak at all. When they joined forces, they managed to defend against the 5-clawed golden dragon's attack. Capture him and bring him to the clan leader. He'll be punished by the clan leader. One of the green 4-clawed divine dragons roared. Its gigantic body that was hundreds of meters long trembled as it coiled around the 5-clawed golden dragon, tying it up like a hemp rope. Another 4-clawed divine dragon rushed over. It extended its front claws and grabbed the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. Roar. Seeing the last 4-clawed divine dragon charging over, the 5-clawed golden dragon who sensed the danger immediately shone brightly as though it had transformed into a blazing sun. At the same time, a blood mark appeared between its brows. Innate secret skill. Diju, you're crazy. You're actually burning your blood essence to activate your innate secret skill. At this moment, it was not only the 4-clawed divine dragons who were charging toward the 5-clawed golden dragon who came to a halt. Even the 2 4-clawed divine dragons who were coiling around and holding the 5-clawed golden dragon had a hint of fear in their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, streaks of golden light exploded in the air like golden fireworks. The 3 4-clawed divine dragons were completely engulfed by the golden fireworks. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon had also broken free from its restraints. However, there was no joy in its eyes. Instead, there was a hint of dread in its eyes. It looked into the distance. Over there, another 5-clawed divine dragon was shuttling through the clouds. Each of its 3 dragon claws was holding a 4-clawed divine dragon whose life or death was unknown. It was none other than the divine dragons that the three old men had transformed into earlier. This five-clawed divine dragon was completely red from head to toe. The crimson scales on its body were shining with a demonic and terrifying luster. A five-clawed blood dragon. Among the dragons, the five-clawed divine dragon was an existence that was second only to the five-clawed devil dragon and the five-clawed golden dragon. Unlike the five-clawed golden dragon that was only about 400 meters long, this five-clawed blood dragon was over 500 meters long. Its body was even larger than the five-clawed golden dragon and was filled with deterrence. Di-Ju, you're too presumptuous. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air. It was the five-clawed blood dragon who had spoken. Not only did you secretly rescue the five-clawed devil dragon, but you even burned your blood essence and used your innate secret skill to kill your own people. You've committed a crime on top of a crime. Do you plead guilty? The five-clawed blood dragon's eyes that were even larger flashed with a bright gleam as it asked in a deep voice. Elder Schwer, I plead guilty. Faced with the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed golden dragon was wary. Although it was a five-clawed golden dragon and had a higher innate talent compared to the five-clawed blood dragon, the five-clawed blood dragon before it was a powerhouse of the older generation among the dragons. He was born 1,000 years earlier than it was. It was not a match for him. Since you plead guilty, follow me to the enforcement hall. The five-clawed blood dragon said. Elder Schwer, I'll definitely go to the enforcement hall. However, before that, I must leave the dragons. I must find the murderer who killed my son and avenge him. The five-clawed golden dragon roared. Di-Ju, are you trying to bargain with me? The five-clawed blood dragon's voice sounded a little impatient. Elder Schwer, I know it's impossible for me to fight with you with my current strength. However, if you really want to stop me, I won't follow you to the enforcement hall even if I burn all of my blood essence. Chapter 1441. Even a five-clawed divine dragon only had 10 drops of blood essence in his body. Earlier, Di-Ju, the five-clawed golden dragon, had burned a drop of his blood essence to cast his innate secret tactic that was exclusive to five-clawed golden dragons. Only then was he able to suppress the 3 four-clawed divine dragon elders. If it was not for the appearance of the dragon's enforcement elder, Elder Schwer, the 3 four-clawed divine dragon elders would have died. Di-Ju, are you threatening me? Elder Schwer's tone was filled with rage. Although he was wary of Di-Ju who had burned his blood essence to cast his innate secret tactic, he was not afraid of him. However, if Di-Ju really burned his blood essence in front of him, he would become a sinner of the dragons. Di-Ju was one of the 2 five-clawed golden dragons among the dragons. The other five-clawed golden dragon was the current clan leader of the dragons. If there were no accidents, Di-Ju would become the next clan leader of the dragons in a few thousand years. If Di-Ju died, it would be a great loss to the dragons. Currently, apart from him, Di-Ju, and the clan leader of the dragons, there were 5 five-clawed divine dragons among the dragons. The death of Di-Ju's son, Di-Yong, meant that the next five-clawed divine dragon would be born soon. However, they were still unsure if the next five-clawed divine dragon would be a five-clawed golden dragon. Even if it was, it would not be able to grow in time to take over the position of the current clan leader of the dragons. Elder Schwer, you can take my words as a threat. However, no matter what, I won't go to the enforcement hall today. Di-Ju said resolutely, you only have 2 choices. Either you bring my body back, or you bring it back, or you let me avenge my son. After I've avenged him, I'll go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. By then, even if you accuse me of absconding for fear of punishment, I will still admit it. Di-Ju said resolutely. How long do you want? When Elder Schwer asked this question, it was obvious he had compromised. He could only compromise. He believed that even if the clan leader of the dragons was here, he would also choose to compromise. Di-Ju was not an ordinary five-clawed divine dragon. He carried the mission of leading the dragons. I don't know either. Di-Ju was not surprised by Elder Schwer's compromise. It was because he was confident that he would use his life to threaten Elder Schwer. Humph. I'll give you 100 years. Within 100 years, whether or not you've avenged your son, You must go to the law enforcement hall. If you don't come by then, I will personally go and catch you." Elder Schwer snorted coldly. His eyes gleamed as two beams of bloody light shot out. They condensed into a sharp ray in the air and headed straight for Di Ju. Di Ju did not dodge as well. Instead, he allowed the beam of light to enter his body. This was because he knew that this was only a mark that Elder Blood had left on him. No matter where he went in the future, Elder Blood would be able to find him through this mark. 100 years is more than enough. Di Ju nodded. If he, Di Ju, still could not find his son's murderer and avenge his son after spending 100 years, he would not have the face to continue living in this world. Elder Schwer, farewell. After bidding farewell to Elder Schwer, Di Ju's true form of the five-clawed golden dragon shone with a dazzling golden light again before transforming into a tall middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe. It was Di Ju who had transformed into a human. Di Ju did not stay any longer. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Currently, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to find the person who killed his son and annihilate 9 generations of that person's family. The direction he was heading to was the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Di Ju left, an old and tall figure appeared in the void not far away from the five-clawed blood dragon. Clan leader. When the five-clawed blood dragon saw this mysterious tall old man, he lowered his arrogant head. "I've let Di Ju go. Please punish me, clan leader. I already know what happened. You did the right thing. Why are you punishing me?" The tall old man, who was also the clan leader of the dragons, looked at the direction where Di Ju left and muttered, "With Di Ju's character, if we don't let him go, he'll definitely die if he says he doesn't want to live. It's because of his character that we didn't say anything even though we suspected that his son, Di Yong, was still alive. We only grounded him." When the clan leader of the dragons reached the end of his sentence, he sighed in relief. "All these years, although we've sent out many people to investigate openly and secretly, we didn't find any trace of Di Ju's son at all. That's enough to prove that Di Ju hid him very well. But now, he was killed by someone. Perhaps, this is his destiny. Even if we dragons didn't do anything, he wouldn't have been able to live anyway," the clan leader of the dragons said. Now that the five-clawed devil dragon is dead, the dragons are no longer in danger. Elder Schwer sighed in relief as well. Duan Lingtian did not know that an extremely powerful five-clawed golden dragon was leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land in anger. He was heading south all the way to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. Half Moon Island used to be the island ruled by the five-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong. Currently, it had become the place of the Ling Tian sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, a seventh-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He intended to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage in one go. "Hey, isn't that senior brother Feng?" In the outer court, near the independent courtyard area, many outer court disciples had their eyes on a green-clad young man. The green-clad young man was walking toward one of the independent courtyards. As long as one was an outer court disciple, almost all of them knew who was staying in that independent courtyard. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for more than a month was staying there. There was no one in the outer court who did not know of the green-clothed young man. He was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He was also a famous powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances district. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. This was because he was one of the few people in the Moon Illumination sect who was listed in the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was a list of the most outstanding martial and Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage in the 9-sect alliances district. Those who were listed in the Earth ranking were the best among the mortal shedding stage. Among them, the weaker ones were not inferior to early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators in terms of strength. The stronger ones could even defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. The green-clad young man was called Feng Fan. Apart from being ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, he was also ranked 99th in the Earth ranking. There were a total of 100 people in the Earth ranking. Although Feng Fan was ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, What was the Earth ranking? It was a list of all the best mortal shedding stage powerhouses in the 9-sect Alliances district. It was undoubtedly a great honor to be listed in the Earth ranking. Many martial and Dao cultivators in the 9-sect Alliances district regretted that they were not fated to be listed in the Earth ranking even when they had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Fan had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. At this moment, he walked to the front of a small independent courtyard. Then, under the watchful eyes of many people, he lifted his hand and a piece of paper that was as light as a feather appeared in his hand. Whoosh! As he lifted his hand, the piece of paper that was as light as a feather flew out and got stuck in the gap of the door of a room in the small independent courtyard. It shook a few times before it quieted down. That's a dual invitation. Seeing this scene, many outer court disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. I can't believe that even senior brother Feng Fan can't sit still and wants to challenge senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's performance is too monstrous. Not only did he crush senior brother Seng Ji, but he even defeated senior brother Lin Fu in 2 moves. Many senior brothers said that his strength can be ranked in the top 10 in the outer court. Even if he can be ranked in the top 10, it's impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Feng Fan, right? Of course not. Senior brother Feng Fan is a famous powerhouse on the Earth ranking. Among all the mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators in the 9-sect Alliances district, he's one of the best. Half a year ago, senior brother Feng Fan and an inner court early Saint Rudiment stage senior brother fought to a draw. To a certain extent, senior brother Feng Fan's strength has already surpassed the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. If senior brother Duan Lingtian can fight someone above his level, so can senior brother Feng Fan. That's why I think senior brother Feng Fan will win this battle. The group of outer court disciples discussed animatedly. Most of them thought highly of Feng Fan, leaving only a few people who had a glimmer of hope for Duan Lingtian. It was not because they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. They had a glimmer of hope because of Duan Lingtian's previous 2 performances. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a person who was good at creating miracles. Hey! You guys are already talking about it. I saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang just now, and I thought I was the first one who knew senior brother Feng Fan was going to issue a battle invitation. An outer court disciple walked over from afar and said in displeasure when he heard the group of outer court disciples' discussion. Senior brother Feng Fan has already issued a battle invitation, and we saw it with our own eyes. Many people looked at him in disdain. Wait a minute. You said you saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for Elder Huang? Are you sure he went to look for Elder Huang to put his fingerprint on the battle invitation? Suddenly, an outer court disciple asked with a solemn expression. This outer court disciple came to the crowd earlier than the outer court disciple in front of him. Of course. The outer court disciple in front nodded and said with certainty, I saw Elder Huang putting his fingerprint on the battle invitation in senior brother Feng Fan's hand with my own eyes. There's no mistake about it. But when I passed by Elder Chio's residence earlier, I saw senior brother Feng Fan looking for him as well. He even asked him to put a guide on the battle invitation. The outer court disciple behind frowned and said, Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me senior brother Feng Fan is going to issue 2 battle invitations. If he's going to issue 2 battle invitations, there's no need for him to look for the 2 elders, right? The 2 battle invitations can be signed by the same elder. The discussion came to an abrupt end at this point. Senior brother Feng Fan's battle invitation. Don't tell me. Soon after, the group of outer court disciples looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had the same answer. Chapter 1442. In the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, an ordinary battle invitation would only require 1 outer court elder's fingerprint or 2 outer court deacons' fingerprint to take effect. Only a death duel invitation would require 2 outer court elders' fingerprints to take effect. Since Feng Fan had asked 2 outer court elders to put their fingerprints on the battle invitation, one could imagine the contents of the battle invitation. It must be the death duel invitation. I've never heard of any enmity between senior brother Feng Fan and senior brother Duan Lingtian. Isn't this death duel invitation a little too sudden? Perhaps there's some enmity between the two of them that we don't know about. Otherwise, why would senior brother Feng Fan issue a death duel invitation to someone he doesn't know who has just entered the sect? That should be the case. Soon, the entire outer court district was filled with rumors about Feng Fan issuing a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian, causing the entire outer court to be bustling with noise and excitement. Whether it was Feng Fan or Duan Lingtian, both of them were influential figures in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. However, the former was a veteran powerhouse in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. The latter, on the other hand, had just entered the Moon Illumination sect slightly more than a month ago and had made a name for himself with 2 battles. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength in the 2 previous battles, most of the people were more inclined towards Feng Fan. They felt that Duan Lingtian could not be compared to Feng Fan. This was not only because Feng Fan was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, but more importantly, he was a powerhouse who had entered the Earth ranking. The value of the earthly ranking was too high. In the 9 sect alliance's territory, apart from the people from the 9 great sects, there were also countless sectless cultivators and some people from other forces. Among these people, there were many powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. In this huge area, there were only 100 powerhouses at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage who were qualified to enter the Earth ranking. These 100 people were all existences who could fight opponents who were at a higher level. The best among them could even defeat opponents who were at a higher level. This level skipping was different from ordinary level skipping. Although the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage was only a step away from the early Saint Rudiment stage, it was a completely different cultivation level. The gap between them could be said to be like ascending to heaven with a single step. Once one broke through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, although they did not have any special methods, they would still be able to do so. However, the saint veins in the bodies of early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses had expanded a lot. Their chi had also expanded to the size of a small vat, allowing them to store a vat of true energy. Therefore, those who could be listed on the Earth ranking were almost all existences standing at the peak of the immortal shedding stage, the true peak. Because of this, most people believed that if Feng Fan and Duan Lingtian really fought, Feng Fan would win, not Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian had only risen to power a month ago. In terms of foundation, he was no match for Feng Fan. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian will accept senior brother Feng Fan's challenge. Many outer sect disciples were puzzled. Although Duan Lingtian had shown absolute strength in the previous 2 battles, they were just ordinary battles after all. His life would not be in danger. However, this time, Feng Fan, who was an Earth-ranking powerhouse, had issued a death duel invitation to him, intending to have a death duel with him. In the face of the threat of death, it was uncertain what he would choose. It's fine if the invited party doesn't accept the death duel invitation. However, in that case, he'll be taught a lesson by the party who issued the invitation. I don't think senior brother Duan Lingtian will accept senior brother Feng Fan's death duel invitation. I think so too. In the outer court, many people thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Of course, this was only their guess. More people began to look forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's expression and what choice he would make when he saw the death duel invitation. Would he accept the challenge? Or would he ignore it? Under such circumstances, many outer court disciples even waited outside the independent courtyard Duan Lingtian was staying in, waiting for Duan Lingtian to walk out of his room. They wanted to get an answer as soon as possible. That damn Feng Fan must be from Liu Huan's side. In the outer court, 2 people were squeezed inside a narrow wooden house in the wooden house area. The young man with a strong build could not help but curse. This person was obviously Xiong Hu, who came from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, just like Duan Lingtian. Currently, whether it was Xiong Hu or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Feng Fan, who was ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court and ranked 99th on the Earth rankings, had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. The death duel invitation was issued by an Earth ranking powerhouse. It seems like Liu Huan's people want senior brother Duan's life. Ling Yun's eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered to himself. Whether it was Ling Yun or Xiong Hu, they were almost certain that Feng Fan was from Liu Huan's side. If Feng Fan was not from Liu Huan's side, why would he issue a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian? They knew Duan Lingtian's origin very well. He came from the faraway mortal continent and did not know many people in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone have any enmity with anyone. If there was someone in the Moon Illumination sect who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be none other than Yi Man, the devil cultivator who entered the Moon Illumination sect with them. However, the person who issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian was not Yi Man. Moreover, during this period of time, they had been watching Yi Man intentionally or unintentionally, but they did not discover any relationship between Yi Man and Feng Fan. They could conclude that Feng Fan's death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian had nothing to do with Yi Man. After many rounds of screening, there was only one possibility. Feng Fan was from the inner court elder Liu Huan's side. Only someone from Liu Huan's side would want to kill all of them from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. No. We must remind senior brother Duan. Xiong Hu said through gritted teeth. It's not your first day knowing senior brother Duan. Do you think he's the kind of person who would act on impulse? Ling Yun said nonchalantly. That's true. Senior brother Duan is much smarter than I am. Xiong Hu chuckled. The worry in his heart had subsided. I believe senior brother Duan will handle this matter well. Whether he accepts the death duel invitation or rejects it, I'm sure he'll make the best choice. Ling Yun was confident in Duan Lingtian. All I want now is to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible. I'm afraid Liu Huan's side will shift their target to you and me soon. Now that you mention it, I feel a sense of danger as well. I'll go back and cultivate now. Xiong Hu left Ling Yun's wooden house after he said that. The two of them no longer paid attention to the uproar outside. Their minds were completely focused on cultivation. They believed Duan Lingtian would be able to handle this matter well. In the outer court Stonehouse area, the Earth Rankings powerhouse Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, oh Duan Lingtian, you really have a lot of enemies. Perhaps, you'll be killed before I even make a move. Yi Man muttered to himself with a ferocious smile on his face in the stone house that was much more spacious than the wooden house. If someone was here and took a closer look, they might be able to see the unwillingness in the depth of Yi Man's eyes. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian's ability was more powerful than his. Due to his obsession with Duan Lingtian, he had fallen into the Devil Dao. Since then, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Initially, he thought his ability had surpassed Duan Lingtian in all aspects. He did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian's ability was still slightly more powerful than his. He could see this from the fact that Duan Lingtian had defeated two outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can escape this time. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. Suddenly, waves of terrifying devil qi exuded from Yi Man's body. When he spoke, his voice became even more eerie. I've been in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court for more than a month. Today, it's my turn to shine. As Yi Man muttered to himself, he left the Stonehouse area and made his way to the independent courtyard area. He went straight to the outer court disciple who was ranked 90th in the outer court. Before the other outer court disciples could shift their attention to him, he had already defeated his target. Remember, my name is Yi Man. Yi Man glanced at the outer court disciple whom he had defeated nonchalantly before he walked into the independent courtyard where the outer court disciple stayed and took over his place. This place belongs to me, Yi Man, from now on. Although the outer court disciple who was defeated was furious, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be so weak? For a time, the news of another outer court disciple who had just entered the sect entering the top 100 after Duan Lingtian spread throughout the outer court district. That outer court disciple seems to be called Yi Man. He's even a devil cultivator. I can't believe the outer court disciples recruited by the sect this time are so outstanding. First, it's Duan Lingtian, and now, it's Yi Man Hermf. He's a devil cultivator. His cultivation speed is already faster than ordinary people. How can he be compared to senior brother Duan Lingtian? That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not a devil cultivator. He's not walking the crooked path. Many outer court disciples were against devil cultivators. They thought they were opportunists who did not walk the right path and only took shortcuts. However, this did not affect Yi Man's reputation in the outer court district. In next to no time, all the outer court elders including Dong Chong came to visit with the intention of taking Yi Man as their personal disciple. This scene caused the other outer court disciples to be astounded. This Yi Man had actually caused such a huge commotion. Even the outer court elders were alarmed by him, and felt a sense of pity for him. Right when they thought Yi Man was going to hug one of their thighs and be able to run wild in the outer court district, an unexpected scene appeared. I don't plan to stay in the outer court for long, and I don't have any plans to take a master for now. Yi Man replied coolly when facing all the outer court elders. Of course, there was something he kept in his heart and didn't say. Trash outer court elders like you are worthy of me, Yi Man, taking you as my master? In at most 3 years, I, Yi Man, will surely trample all of you beneath my feet. Chapter 1443. Damn it. Apart from that crazy Duan Lingtian, there's actually someone who's more powerful than me in the area governed by the Moon Illumination Sect. In the outer court Stonehouse district, Xiao Zui's expression was extremely grave when he heard about Yi Man's rumor. When Xiao Zui was in Luojiang City, he was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. However, he had been defeated again and again ever since he came to the Moon Illumination Sect. First, Duan Lingtian appeared and defeated him before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination Sect began. He was filled with resentment. When he entered the Moon Illumination Sect and realized Duan Lingtian's strength had far exceeded his imagination, the resentment in his heart disappeared. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had defeated 2 famous outer court people consecutively as soon as he entered the Moon Illumination Sect. His strength was not something he could compare to at all. It was not an injustice for him to be defeated by such a person. However, at this moment, Yi Man, who had appeared out of nowhere, had suppressed him once again. This caused the unwillingness in his heart to rise once again. Moreover, it was even more intense. Humph. When I break through to the Saint Rudiment stage and enter the inner court as an inner court disciple, I'll be able to seek an audience with Elder Liu Huan. I'm sure Elder Liu Huan will take care of me for the sake of my master. Xiao Zui snorted. At that time, I'll definitely trample you, Yi Man, under my feet. As for Duan Lingtian, it's still unknown whether he'll be able to enter the inner court alive or not. Although Xiao Zui was fearful when he thought about Duan Lingtian, he still smirked at this moment. Someone had issued a death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian and challenged him to a death duel. When he first learned about this, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that Elder Liu Huan's people had made a move. As the disciple of Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, he was Liu Huan's follower when he was still an inner court disciple. For this reason, Xiao Zui knew about the enmity between Liu Huan and Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you reject Elder Liu Huan's kindness? Xiao Zui sneered. The reason why he said this was because he felt that Elder Liu Huan must have wanted to take Duan Lingtian as a disciple, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. That was why Elder Liu Huan had set a trap for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know. From the beginning until the end, Liu Huan had never heard of anything related to Duan Lingtian. He did not even know that Duan Lingtian existed. Currently, Liu Huan did not even take a single step out of his mansion. He was fully focused on cultivating his direct disciple, Su Qi, whom he had high hopes for. As for the other direct disciple, Ju Qi, he seemed to have forgotten about him. Late at night, in a room in one of the independent courtyards, the 2 young men stood facing each other. Senior brother Qi, this time, even if that Duan Lingtian didn't accept my invitation to a duel to the death, I will still cripple him. At that time, with my master around, I'm sure I'll be safe. Feng Fan looked at Ju Qi and said with a smile, If he dares to accept my invitation to a duel to the death, the day he accepts it will be the day he dies. Junior brother Fan, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Ju Qi cupped his hands together and thanked him. Although Feng Fan was only an outer court disciple, Ju Qi did not have any intention of looking down on him. It was not only because Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse, but more importantly, Feng Fan's master was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. In terms of position in the inner court, Feng Fan's master was even higher than his master, Liu Huan. In front of Feng Fan's master, even his master, Liu Huan, would have to address him as senior brother respectfully. Naturally, not many people in the Moon Illumination sect knew that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as his master. Nobody in the outer court knew about it. Even those outer court elders and deacons did not know that Feng Fan had an inner court elder as his master with a lofty position. If they knew, they would know the reason why Feng Fan refused to acknowledge them as his master. What a joke! If he already had an inner court elder as his master with a lofty position in the sect, why would he care about an outer court elder, let alone an outer court deacon whose position was only slightly higher than an ordinary inner court disciple? The reason Feng Fan's master did not expose Feng Fan's identity for the time being was because he wanted to train Feng Fan. Senior brother Qi, there's no need for both of you to thank me. Back then, when I was training outside, if it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. You've saved my life, so doing such a small thing for you is as easy as lifting a finger, it's not worth mentioning. Feng Fan shook his head. Upon hearing Feng Fan's words, a hypocritical smile appeared on Ju Qi's face. No matter what, I'll definitely treat you to a good drink after this matter is over, junior brother Fan. Ha ha. Then I'll wait for your treat, senior brother Qi. Feng Fan laughed out loud. After chatting for a while, Ju Qi bade farewell to Feng Fan and left. His figure entered the night sky and quietly left the outer court district. He returned to the mansion where his master, Liu Huan, lived in the inner court district. I can't believe that the plan I made on the spur of the moment back then actually came in handy at such a critical moment. Until now, Feng Fan is still grateful to me. After Ju Qi returned to his small courtyard, he had a smug expression on his face. That year, when he saw Feng Fan going out to train, he intentionally lured a wild beast whose strength was far more powerful than Feng Fan and made it attack Feng Fan. When Feng Fan was at the brink of death, he made a move and killed the wild beast to save Feng Fan. It was precisely because of this that Feng Fan was grateful to him and treated him as his savior. Until now, Feng Fan still did not know that he was the one who lured the wild beast over. With Feng Fan making a move, that Duan Lingtian would have been crippled even if he didn't die. At that time, even if Master finds out about his existence and takes his anger out on me, he'll at most give me a light punishment. It's impossible for him to become Master's disciple and suppress me. In Ju Qi's opinion, this was a good deal. However, from the beginning until the end, Ju Qi seemed to have confirmed one thing subjectively. If his master, the inner court elder, Liu Huan, wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple, Duan Lingtian would definitely agree. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would reject him. This was because he thought of it from his own perspective. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would definitely not reject him. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect wanted to take him in as his disciple, he would betray his master without any hesitation and join the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. To him, as long as there was someone who could help him, that person would be his mother. Time continued to pass by quietly. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room with a flushed face, it had already been 2 months since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. Another battle invitation? As soon as Duan Lingtian opened the door, a soft voice resonated in his ears. He casually reached out and grabbed the special piece of paper that floated to the ground. Look. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation. He's finally out of closed-door cultivation. I've waited for 20 days. Fat. You've only waited for 20 days, but I've waited for 22 days. 22 days is nothing. I've been waiting here since the day senior brother Feng Fan sent out the battle invitation. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the special piece of paper in his hand and confirmed it was a battle invitation. Before he could take a closer look, A series of noises resonated in his ears. Among the newly opened saint veins, there seems to be a saint vein that connects to both of my ears. My hearing is a few times stronger than before. I can actually hear their discussion clearly even though they're so far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up right away as an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth froze again very soon. Not only that, but he could not help but frown as well. All of this was because he heard the outer court disciples outside mentioning the death duel invitation. Moreover, they seemed to be talking about the battle invitation in his hand. Death duel invitation? When Duan Lingtian opened the battle invitation in his hand, he discovered it was indeed a death duel invitation. There were already 3 fingerprints on it. Feng Fan. When Duan Lingtian saw the name of the person who sent him the death duel invitation, the frown on his face deepened. His from Liu Huan's faction? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally figured out what was going on from the conversation of the group of outer court disciples outside. Feng Fan, the outer court disciple whose strength is ranked 5th in the outer court? His ranked 99th in the earth ranking? In terms of strength, his comparable to an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the person who sent him the challenge. I can't believe there's such a person in Liu Huan's faction. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian strode out of the independent courtyard and exposed himself to the group of outer court disciples in the distance. He successfully attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian picked up the death duel invitation. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Is he going to tear the battle invitation? Just as I expected, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't dare to accept the challenge. That's a death duel invitation. Do you dare to accept it? Moreover, with senior brother Duan Lingtian's current age, there's no need for him to compete with an earth-ranking powerhouse like senior brother Feng Fan. Many outer court disciples whispered among themselves. They thought Duan Lingtian was going to tear the battle invitation and reject Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Due to the newly opened saint veins that connected both of his ears, although Duan Lingtian's hearing had not reached the level of clairaudient, he could still hear the whispers of the group of outer court disciples. Reject. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart. If it was a month ago, he might have really rejected it. However, now, in the next moment, the group of outer court disciples who were whispering among themselves were completely dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They saw to their shock that when Duan Lingtian raised his hand, not only did he not tear off the life and death battle invitation, he even left his fingerprint on it. His actions were as smooth as flowing water. Chapter 1444. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually accepted the death duel invitation that senior brother Feng Fan sent him? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. He really did accept the death duel invitation. Is he really confident or is he just seeking death? That's hard to say. However, I don't think he's someone who's seeking death. Perhaps, he doesn't even know senior brother Feng Fan's background. The group of outer court disciples in the distance burst into an uproar when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving his fingerprint on the death duel invitation. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It was apparent that the outcome was beyond their expectations. The group of outer court disciples only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian strode away and disappeared before their eyes. The news of Duan Lingtian accepting Feng Fan's death duel invitation swept through the entire Moon Illumination sect's outer court district like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the outer court. Whether it was the outer court elders or the outer court disciples, all of them were in an uproar. The outcome was unexpected. He accepted my death duel invitation? Feng Fan was stunned when he received the news. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to accept his death duel invitation. Humph. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Fan snorted coldly. 3 days later, at the training field. We'll fight to the death. Soon after, Feng Fan spread the news. In less than half an hour, it spread throughout the outer court district. I'm happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian's reply was simple. Duan Lingtian, who replied to Feng Fan, had just gone to the outer court's place to collect saint stones to collect the saint stones he deserved. It was the saint stones he received 2 months after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. The saint stones collected by the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciples could be accumulated. This was different from the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. The 100 outer court disciples staying in the independent courtyard can collect 100 7th grade saint stones and 1000 8th grade saint stones every month. It's equivalent to 2000 8th grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian had just received 200 7th grade saint stones and 2000 8th grade saint stones. Now, other than the 5th grade and 4th grade saint stones that Xuan'ai had given him, he had a total of 1200 7th grade saint stones and 10,000 8th grade saint stones. The 10,000 7th grade saint stones were given to him by his teacher, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City. As for the 8th grade saint stone, he had obtained it from the latent dragon camp. Even if he became Fang Hui's disciple, he would still be able to go to the latent dragon camp to collect 8th grade saint stones every month. Of course, the amount of 8th grade saint stones he received would not be so little. As for the other 8th grade saint stones, he had left them to the little girl, Shushu, when he was still in Mount Hill City. He asked her to find time to pass them to Hongyu, the big brother he had acknowledged in Mount Hill City. The reason for this was because Hongyu's temper was too stubborn. Ever since the first time he accepted the Saint Stone, he was unwilling to accept it again even if he was beaten to death. 3 days later, the battle to the death will be held. I wonder if anyone in the outer court has set up a gambling house during these 3 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was indeed someone who had set up a gambling house. Moreover, the person who set up the gambling house was not an outer court disciple but an outer court deacon. This outer court deacon's name was Deng Wei. When Duan Lingtian saw Deng Wei, he could not help but be taken aback. He recognized this outer court deacon. He was one of the 2 outer court deacons who followed the outer court elder, Dong Chong, during the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect 2 months ago. The gambling house set up by Deng Wei was very exaggerated. In the battle to the death 3 days later, those who bet on Duan Lingtian winning would have a 1:5 ratio while those who bet on Fengfan winning would have a 1:1 ratio. In other words, those who bet on Duan Lingtian winning would have to bet a 7th grade Saint Stone. If Duan Lingtian won, he would get 5 more 7th grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, those who bet on Fengfan winning would have to bet 100 7th grade Saint Stones. Even if Fengfan won, he would only get 1 more 7th grade Saint Stone. Isn't the payout too exaggerated? There's no profit in betting on senior brother Fengfan at all. It's normal. Who's senior brother Fengfan? He's an Earth-ranking powerhouse. In my opinion, senior martial brother Fengfan will definitely win the life and death duel in 3 days. Therefore, I've decided to bet 300 7th grade Saint Stones on senior brother Fengfan. I'll also bet 500 7th grade Saint Stones on senior brother Fengfan. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. As long as senior brother Fengfan wins, not only will I get my money back, but I'll also get 5 more 7th grade Saint Stones. There's no suspense in this battle at all. I'll also bet on senior brother Fengfan winning. A group of outer court disciples went to Deng Wei to place their bets. Almost all of them bet on Fengfan winning. Although the payout was 1:1, as one of the outer court disciples said, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. When Deng Wei saw all the outer court disciples placing their bets on Fengfan winning, he was fine in the beginning. However, in the end, his face turned dark. Similar to these outer court disciples, he also felt that Fengfan would definitely win 3 days later. Initially, he thought that since he had set the payout to 1:5 for Duan Lingtian, there would be many outer court disciples who would bet on an upset. However, he did not expect that nobody would bet on Duan Lingtian winning. Why don't all of you place your bets on Duan Lingtian winning? If Duan Lingtian wins, the payout will be 1:5. Deng Wei said to the group of outer court disciples in front of him. It was as though he was tempting them to bet on Duan Lingtian winning. If I bet on Duan Lingtian winning, won't I be giving you free money? 1:5. For a battle of life and death where there is almost no suspense, the temptation is too little. I'll bet on senior brother Feng Fan winning, 1000 7th grade Saint Stones. I'll also bet on senior brother Feng Fan winning, 800 7th grade Saint Stones. No matter how Deng Wei tried to tempt them, the group of outer court disciples seemed to have made up their minds and continued to bet on Feng Fan. They did not even consider betting on Duan Lingtian winning at all. Why do they have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance and did not attract any attention, laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems like they all think that I'll be the one who dies 3 days later. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the voice of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei. Since there are too many people who have bet on Feng Fan winning, from now on, the payout will be 2 to 1. Deng Wei, who was acting as the banker, had cold sweat on his forehead. Although the payout was only 1 to 1 when they bet on Feng Fan winning, almost all of them had bet on Feng Fan winning. If this continued, he would definitely lose money. For this reason, he decided to change the payout in time. Deacon Deng, isn't this a little too unfair? Why is it that those who bet on senior brother Feng Fan winning had a payout of 1 to 1, but now it's only 2 to 1? That's right. Deacon Deng, you're discriminating. Deng Wei's last-minute change in the payout had angered the crowd. In just a short while, the payout for Feng Fan winning was only 2 to 1. Was this not cheating them? Silence. Deng Wei did not expect that his words would cause the situation to spiral out of control. I haven't finished speaking yet. The payout should be changed, but it's not just the payout for Feng Fan winning, it's also the payout for Duan Lingtian winning. All of you were present earlier, and almost all of you bet on Feng Fan winning. When it's your turn, ask yourselves, would you do the same as them? Naturally, I, Deng Wei, won't only lose money since I set up this bet. Otherwise, why would I be working so hard here? After Deng Wei finished speaking, the outer court disciples present on the scene nodded in unison. They felt that Deng Wei's words made sense. Then, what's the payout for senior brother Duan Lingtian winning now? Many outer court disciples asked. The payout for Duan Lingtian winning is 1 to 10, Deng Wei said through gritted teeth. Since he did not think that Duan Lingtian would win, it was not a big deal for him to set such a high payout. Moreover, he believed that with such a high payout, many people would take the risk. Soon after, Deng Wei smiled. Just as he had expected, the people who placed their bets at the back were no longer one-sidedly betting on Duan Lingtian winning. Some of them even bet on Duan Lingtian winning. Although there were not many people who bet on Duan Lingtian winning, the Saint Stones that these people had bet were enough to turn his losses into profits. 1 to 10. When he heard that his payout was so high, even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel tempted. He quickly walked over. Senior brother Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is here. Is he here to place a bet as well? I think so. Many outer court disciples noticed Duan Lingtian and made way for him as though they had discussed among themselves. If I were him, I would definitely bet all of my assets. After all, it's either death or life after 3 days. If he dies, it's useless to keep all of his assets. However, if he lives, he'll be able to reap great rewards. An outer court disciple said in a low voice. You're right. I do want to place a huge bet. Duan Lingtian looked at the outer court disciple who had spoken. After the latter's expression changed slightly, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Deacon Deng, I'll bet 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones that I'll win, Duan Lingtian said as he walked up to Deng Wei. 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones. Initially, Deng Wei's expression was gloomy because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Duan Lingtian had caused his nephew, Deng Yu, to be unable to enter the sect during the entrance assessment 2 months ago. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Therefore, when he saw Duan Lingtian earlier, he naturally did not have a good expression on his face. However, now that Duan Lingtian had given him 10,000 7th grade Saint Stones, he was instantly overjoyed. Now that he thought about it, Duan Lingtian would be killed by Feng Fan in 3 days. At that time, Feng Fan would indirectly help him to avenge his nephew. Apart from that, he would also be able to obtain 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. Deng Wei was instantly overjoyed. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're very confident in yourself. Chapter 1445. Then I'll look for you after I win, Deacon Deng. Duan Lingtian put away the receipt and smiled at Deng Wei. I'll wait for you. Deng Wei had a hypocritical smile on his face, but his heart was filled with disdain. We'll talk about it again when you're still alive. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so generous. He's betting 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones in one go. Although I'm an outer court disciple in the Stonehouse area, I can only receive 100 7th-grade Saint Stones a month. Even if I don't use them, I'll need more than 8 years to save 10,000 7th-grade Saint Stones. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian was from one of the 18 cities under our Moon Illumination sect before he entered the sect. Not only that, but is also valued by the city governor of that city. This point is already very obvious. As Duan Lingtian placed his bet, the atmosphere at the scene became even livelier. Many of the outer court disciples placed their bets even more ruthlessly. Naturally, most of them placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Even so, Deng Wei was still smiling from ear to ear. There were also many people who placed their bets on Duan Lingtian as well. In his opinion, those who placed their bets on Duan Lingtian, including Duan Lingtian himself, were basically giving him free money. From now on, apart from Saint Stones, you can also place your bets with merit point. Deng Wei announced loudly. The moment his words left his mouth, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had not gone far, and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, your master before you entered the Moon Illumination sect must have given you a lot of merit points, right? Merit points. The moment Deng Wei spoke, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Merit points were rarer than Saint Stones in the Moon Illumination sect. No matter how many Saint Stones one used to exchange for merit points, not many people would be willing to do so. In the Moon Illumination sect, merit points could be used to borrow human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactics and exchange for human rank prominent Saint weapons and Earth rank primitive Saint weapons. Naturally, it would require a lot of merit points to exchange for Earth rank primitive Saint weapons. In the outer court, only the outer court elders and deacons possessed low-grade Earth-rank Saint artifacts. An Earth-rank primitive Saint weapon that was not inscribed with Saint inscriptions would cost several tens of thousands of merit points to exchange for. A Saint weapon that was inscribed with Saint inscriptions was even more precious. Naturally, other than the Earth-rank primitive Saint weapons, the merit points could also be used to exchange for high-grade Saint grade pills and some powerful Dao talismans. Merit points. Hearing Deng Wei's words, how could Duan Lingtian not know that Deng Wei was eyeing his merit points? However, he did have a lot of merit points. Before he left Mound Hill City, his teacher had transferred 100,000 merit points to him. Of course, not all 100,000 merit points were given to him. He only had 50,000 merit points. Of the other 50,000, 30,000 were Ling Yun's, and the remaining 20,000 were Xiong Hu's. He was only keeping it for the time being. In the Moon Illumination sect, the outer court disciples could only receive their merit points once every 6 months. Moreover, even the outer court disciples in the independent courtyard could only receive 1,000 merit points every 6 months. The outer court disciples in the Stonehouse area and the Wooden House area would receive even less merit points every 6 months. In the Moon Illumination sect, the accumulation of merit points did not depend on the merit points that were received every 6 months. Instead, it depended on various ways to complete various missions and contribute to the Moon Illumination sect to earn merit points. I bet 1,000 merit points that senior brother Feng Fan will win. Soon after, an outer court disciple clenched his teeth and said to Deng Wei. After a while, he obtained a written pledge and transferred 1,000 merit points from the crystal card that he always carried with him to Deng Wei as a bet. As long as Feng Fan won 3 days later, he would be able to obtain an additional 5 merit points. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw that someone was really betting with merit points. At the same time, he looked at Deng Wei, who had shifted his attention back to him, and said nonchalantly, "Deacon Deng, although I have a lot of merit points with me, I don't plan to play with you anymore." "I think you don't dare to play with me," Deng Wei sneered. "Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, bring nothing with you when you're born, bring nothing with you when you die. If I were you, I'd definitely bet all my merit points on myself and fight with my back to the wall. Don't dare to play with me." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I didn't say I don't want to play with you. I just don't want to play with you anymore. I plan to play by myself." "What do you mean?" Deng Wei frowned. At once, the group of outer court disciples on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were puzzled since they did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. "Everyone, I also plan to be the banker and make a big bet. However, if I'm the banker, I'll only accept bets from those who bet on Fengfan winning. I'll only accept merit points. I'll be the only one betting with all of you. However, the odds of me being the banker are much higher than Deacon Deng's." Faced with the puzzled gazes, Duan Lingtian announced loudly, 3 days later, "I'll have a death duel with Fengfan. The odds of Fengfan winning are 30 to 1. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. It turned out that Duan Lingtian was referring to this when he said he planned to play by himself. He would be the banker. He would only accept bets from those who bet on Fengfan winning. Moreover, the odds were 30 to 1. In other words, if one bet 1,000 merit points on Fengfan winning, in addition to getting back their 1,000 merit points, they would also get an additional 33 merit points. Many outer court disciples' eyes lit up immediately. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 900 merit point. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 700 merit points as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'll bet 1,200 merit point." A group of outer court disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian and placed their bets one after another. Duan Lingtian was the banker, and the odds of Fengfan winning were 30 to 1. On the other hand, Deng Wei's odds of Fengfan winning were only 200 to 1. As long as one was not a fool, one would know what to choose. For a time, no one placed their bets on Deng Wei. Deng Wei snorted coldly when he saw the outer court disciples surrounding Duan Lingtian and placing their bets. His voice that was filled with true energy exploded like thunder. "Think about it. If he only accepts bets on Fengfan winning, do you think he'll have enough merit points in the end?" Many outer court disciples calmed down when they heard Deng Wei's words. That was right. Although the odds were only 30 to 1, they would have to pay out a lot of merit points if they placed bets on Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, are you trying to gain something without risking anything?" Deng Wei sneered. In the face of Deng Wei's sneer and the doubts of the outer court disciples, Duan Lingtian did not say a word. He took out his crystal card and infused his true energy into it, revealing the balance in it. 100,000 merit points. When the outer court disciples saw the number of merit points on the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned red. They could not wait to snatch Duan Lingtian's crystal card away. 100,000 merit points. The odds are 30 to 1. It's enough to pay out 3 million merit points. Now, do you still doubt whether I have the money to pay you back? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked around. No. The outer court disciples shook their heads immediately. What a joke. With 100,000 merit points, even if it was a bet of 3 million merit points, senior brother Duan Lingtian would still be able to afford it. However, I only have 100,000 merit points. So, those who want to place bets with me have to hurry up. Once I accept a bet of 3 million merit points, I won't accept any more bets. Duan Lingtian struck while the iron was hot. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to place a bet. 2,000 merit points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I want to place a bet too. 1,500 merit point. Suddenly, a group of outer court disciples rushed to place their bets on Duan Lingtian, making it difficult for Duan Lingtian to deal with them. Line up and do it one by one. Every time a merit point was transferred to his crystal card, Duan Lingtian would send out a receipt and place his fingerprint on it. Deng Wei's expression turned even gloomier when he saw that his words did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Instead, It increased the momentum on Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, first, you caused my nephew to have no fate with the sect. Now, you're cutting off my source of income. Damn you. Deng Wei's eyes were bloodshot. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, he was only an outer court deacon. Even if he was an outer court elder, he would not dare to kill anyone in the sect. Otherwise, he would be executed according to the sect's rules. Therefore, he could only endure it. Deng Wei's body began to tremble violently due to his anger. I'll definitely be there in 3 days and watch Fengfan kill you with my own eyes. Deng Wei glared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he gritted his teeth. That's right. The moment Deng Wei thought of this, his eyebrows twitched. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as though he had just recalled something. Duan Lingtian, you keep saying that you only accept bets on Fengfan winning. However, if Fengfan wins, you'll die as well. At that time, who's going to fulfill the bet for you? How are you going to compensate everyone with your merit points? Deng Wei's voice that was filled with true energy resonated in the air again. It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of all the outer court disciples. That's right. If senior brother Fengfan wins in 3 days, won't senior brother Duan Lingtian die? How is a dead person going to fulfill the bet? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, what do you say? The group of outer court disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. I hope senior brother Duan Lingtian can give us an explanation. Otherwise, we can only withdraw our merit points and not place any bets. That's right. You must give us an explanation. 3 days later, you'll have a death duel with senior brother Fengfan. If you lose, you'll die. At that time, what about our bet? The group of outer court disciples scrambled to be the first to ask questions. You don't have to worry about this. Duan Lingtian raised his hand to silence the group of outer court disciples before he said with a faint smile, I'll look for Elder Dongfang to bear witness to today's bet. Moreover, I'll pass my crystal card to Elder Dongfang. Chapter 1446. Elder Dongfang? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of outer court disciples around him was taken aback. There seemed to be only one Elder Dongfang in the outer court district, right? Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court who was in charge of the entire outer court. In the Moon Illumination Sect, Elder Dongfang's position was even higher than some of the inner court elders. Fut! Deng Wei sneered. Duan Lingtian, I think you're daydreaming. Who do you think you are to be able to get Elder Dongfang to be your witness and guarantor? At the same time, the group of outer court disciples around him looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. They did not really believe Duan Lingtian's words. Although Elder Dongfang was the outer court's grand elder and was usually in the outer court district, he had always been elusive in the outer court. Moreover, many outer court disciples who had joined the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago had never seen Elder Dongfang before. However, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect for less than 2 months, actually said he could get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet he set up. For a moment, almost nobody believed him. It seems like everyone is still skeptical. In that case, I'll set up another bet at the training field tomorrow at this time. Before that, I'll ask Elder Dongfang to make a statement. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the doubts of the group of outer court disciples around him. As for those who have placed their bets with me earlier, if you still want to get your bets back tomorrow, you can use the receipt in your hands to exchange for it. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, leaving behind the group of outer court disciples who were looking at each other and Deng Wei who had a mocking smile on his face. Getting Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet. This Duan Lingtian really knows how to brag. Deng Wei sneered. Initially, he thought he could continue with the bet after Duan Lingtian left. However, he soon realized the group of outer court disciples no longer had the mood to place a bet with him. Do you really think senior brother Duan Lingtian can get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible as well. However, judging from senior brother Duan Lingtian's tone, he seems very confident. Don't tell me Elder Dongfang has secretly accepted senior brother Duan Lingtian as his disciple? That's possible. Although Elder Dongfang's elder by surprise, he's still aware of what's happening in the outer court as the outer court. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's intus, elder. I don't think it's possible. Why? Think about it. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is really Elder Dongfang's disciple, why would Elder Dongfang allow him to accept senior brother Fengfan's death duel invitation? That, Lingtian of Dun Lingtian's by of the Abakakakakakakaksu by surprise Abakakak places Duan Gan. Lingtian will know the outcome tomorrow. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is really able to get Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor, then I won't hesitate even if I have to go all out. At that time, I'll bet all my contribution points on senior martial brother Fengfan. After the outer court disciples left, they did not stop talking. Not long after, the entire outer court district found out about Duan Lingtian's bet and how Duan Lingtian wanted Elder Dongfang to be his guarantor. Most people felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. I hope he's telling the truth. If Elder Dongfang is really going to be his guarantor, then I'll have to bet as well. Me too. That Duan Lingtian has no chance of winning at all. Is he trying to give us his wealth before he dies? While the outer court was in an uproar, the person involved, Duan Lingtian, had arrived at a remote place in the outer court district. It was a remote place that almost no one came to. Of course, almost no one came here because this was a forbidden area in the outer court district. After a short while, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of an independent and vast mansion and muttered, "It seems to be here." After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian walked toward the mansion in front. The door of the mansion was wide open, and there was not a single soul in sight. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach the entrance of the mansion, two tall figures blocked his path like two iron towers. "Little fellow, don't you know this is a forbidden area in the outer court district? You're just an outer court disciple, yet you dare to disregard the outer court's rules and trespass into a forbidden area. How should you be punished?" The two burly men that were like iron towers questioned Duan Lingtian one after another. "I want to see Elder Dongfang." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of the two burly men's imposing auras as he spoke nonchalantly. "Elder Dongfang isn't someone you can meet just because you want to." The two burly men took a step forward. Their imposing auras were like rainbows, as though they wanted to oppress Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. In the face of their imposing auras, Duan Lingtian stood there without a change in his expression and did not move at all. "Please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, has something to discuss with Elder Dongfang." Under the two burly men's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Upon hearing that, the two burly men were shocked. Then, they began to size up Duan Lingtian. "Other than being slightly handsome, there's nothing special about you. Did you really defeat someone who's ranked in the top 100 in the outer court when you just entered the outer court? You defeated someone who's ranked 47th in the outer court a month after entering the sect. Interesting." It was obvious that the two burly men had heard of Duan Lingtian before. "Duan Lingtian, if you're here to ask Elder Dongfang to revoke the death duel invitation, I'm afraid you've come in vain." After knowing that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, the two burly men's attitude became much better. One of them shook his head and said, "With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would definitely be an outstanding person in the Moon Illumination sect as long as he could grow. It was not impossible for him to become a pillar of the Moon Illumination sect 100 years later. Due to this reason, they did not dare to be negligent. You can reject the death duel invitation yourself." "Why? Do you think it's embarrassing for you to reject it, so you came to look for Elder Dongfang to pressure Fengfan to revoke the death duel invitation himself?" The other burly man said nonchalantly. "Revoke the death duel invitation?" Upon hearing the two burly men's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that these two fellows still did not know that he had already accepted Fengfan's death duel invitation? In fact, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Although he had accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation early in the morning, and the news had spread throughout the outer court, it had not reached this corner yet. I think both of you must have misunderstood. Duan Lingtian said, I came out of closed-door cultivation early in the morning and accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. 3 days later, I'll have a death duel with Feng Fan in the training field. If both of you are interested, you can go and have a look. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's words had shocked the two burly men. You accepted it. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would actually accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Before this, they were almost 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would reject it. This was because they knew Feng Fan's background. However, reality seemed to have played a joke on them. Both of you, please pass the message on my behalf. Duan Lingtian said again. At this moment, the two burly men did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Whether it was because Duan Lingtian was confident that he would accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation or because of some other reason, his courage was enough to make them respect him. Please wait a moment. One of the burly men said before walking into the mansion. Duan Lingtian, you actually accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Do you know who Feng Fan is? The burly man who stayed behind could not help but ask. He even thought that Duan Lingtian accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation because he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple like me. Duan Lingtian replied straightforwardly. Do you know that he's different from ordinary outer court disciples? The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched fiercely. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it was possible that he did not know Feng Fan's background. He's an outer court disciple ranked 5th in the outer court. Duan Lingtian said again. When the burly man revealed an as-expected expression, Duan Lingtian added, yes, he seems to be ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. You know he's an Earth ranking powerhouse, yet you still dare to accept his death duel invitation? The burly man stared. Looking at Duan Lingtian's casual expression, the burly man smiled wryly and asked, do you know what the Earth ranking represents? It represents the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9 sect alliances. The Earth-ranking powerhouses who are ranked at the top can defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength is almost on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for those who are ranked at the bottom, they can still fight early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators to a draw. Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was reciting a textbook. You still dare to accept the death duel invitation from an Earth-ranking powerhouse if you know? Duan Lingtian's answer was beyond the burly man's expectation. However, he was even more puzzled now. Was this Duan Lingtian really not afraid of death? Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat Feng Fan? The burly man suddenly had such a thought in his mind, but he suppressed it in the blink of an eye. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This Duan Lingtian might be talented, but he's only been in the Moon Illumination sect for 2 months. Moreover, his cultivation base is most likely not at the paramount mortal shedding stage yet. The burly man thought to himself. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian standing there quietly and waiting without any arrogance or impatience, he could not help but be taken aback. The young man in front of him had a steadiness that was beyond his age. This was beyond his expectations. Although I don't know why you're looking for Elder Dongfang, I still have to remind you that Elder Dongfang might not want to see you. The burly man said. It's his loss if he doesn't want to see me. Chapter 1447. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the burly man frowned and snorted coldly. After 15 minutes, the burly man who had left earlier returned. Duan Lingtian, Elder Dongfang is already waiting for you. Come with me. He agreed. The burly man who did not leave was a little surprised. He did not expect the person he had served for so many years would be willing to meet Duan Lingtian, a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Perhaps Elder Dongfang has taken a fancy to his innate talent. The burly man could only think of this. From the moment Duan Lingtian entered the mansion of the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, until he left, only 15 minutes had passed. As for what had happened in Dongfang Quan's mansion during this 15 minutes, only Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan knew. After leaving Dongfang Quan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard and room before entering the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. 1 day outside was equivalent to 3 days inside. 3 days was enough for him to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. In fact, in the past month, he had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage by the end of the second month of the 3 months he had spent in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In the following month, he had been cultivating the techniques in the Saint Grade martial tactic. Among them, his improvement in the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, was the fastest. Currently, his Silver Shirt was almost at the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic technique. It was also the highest stage. The Silver Shirt itself was a defensive technique that focused on integrating true energy into one's body. The stronger the body, the easier it would be to integrate it. Duan Lingtian's body had also transformed to an extremely terrifying stage after 2 transformations. According to Hua Laro's words, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon, even a 6-clawed divine dragon of the same level would not be able to compare to the current Duan Lingtian in terms of physical strength. The Duan Lingtian's physical strength was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. Naturally, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saintland, let alone a 7-clawed divine dragon. Among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saintland, 5-clawed divine dragons were the ones with the highest bloodline. 6-clawed divine dragons did not seem to exist at all. At the very least, according to the information Duan Lingtian obtained from Xuan'ai, there was no 6-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saintland. I keep having the feeling that, in these 3 days, I should be able to find an opportunity to cultivate the Silver Shirt to the point of perfection. Duan Lingtian murmured as the silver light around his body surged. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, another shocking piece of news shook the entire Moon Illumination sect's outer court like a huge rock that was smashed onto a calm lake. Elder Dongfang has said that if Duan Lingtian dies in Fengfan's hands 3 days later, he'll repay the merit points in Duan Lingtian's crystal card to the person who won the bet against him. This news did not only shock the group of outer court disciples, but it also shocked the outer court deacons and elders. Since when did Elder Dongfang care about such a trivial matter? This is unbelievable. Elder Dongfang actually announced publicly that he's willing to take care of Duan Lingtian's funeral after he's killed by Fengfan. That Duan Lingtian actually managed to get Elder Dongfang to do such a trivial matter for him. Don't tell me he's a disciple that Elder Dongfang secretly took in? Impossible. If he's Elder Dongfang's disciple, Elder Dongfang would definitely not let him accept Fengfan's death duel invitation to protect him. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had used the truth to answer the doubts of the group of outer court disciples and the doubts of the outer court deacon, Deng Wei. How's this possible? Deng Wei was dumbfounded when he heard this news. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to get Elder Dongfang to be his witness and guarantor for the bet. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. So what if Elder Dongfang is your witness and guarantor for the bet? You'll still die in Fengfan's hands in the end. In an independent courtyard in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't die in Fengfan's hands 3 days later. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. Yi Man muttered softly as he sat in front of the stone table and twirled the wine glass in his hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes like a shooting star that appeared briefly in the night sky. The next day, the training field in the outer court district was bustling with noise and excitement. One by one, the outer court disciples lined up to place their bets with Duan Lingtian. They bet their merit points that Fengfan would win the death duel 2 days later. At that time, as long as Fengfan won, they would be able to obtain a return of 30-1. In just a few days, they would be able to obtain 31-1 after investing 30 merit points. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was basically giving them free merit points. It made them feel like they would be committing a crime if they did not accept it. Naturally, it was not that they did not think about the consequences of Duan Lingtian winning. However, they felt that it was impossible. If it was just an ordinary sparring match, Perhaps Fengfan might cooperate with Duan Lingtian and pretend to lose so that he could share the merit points with Duan Lingtian. However, it was a death duel that was happening 2 days later. A death duel would not end unless one party died. Once a death duel took effect, nobody was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be executed. Even the inner court elders and the vice-sect leaders were no exception. Rules were rules. Apart from the few most powerful Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, nobody else was qualified to break the rules, let alone ignore them. In just a day, the merit points in the crystal card in Duan Lingtian's hand had reached a shocking one. 6 million. Naturally, 100,000 of them belonged to him. In other words, he had received more than 5 million merit points in just a day. If he won the death duel 2 days later, all of these bets would belong to him. I can see that the outer court deacons and elders at the training field today are a little tempted by the bet I set up. I'll continue tomorrow. After returning to the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, perhaps, every one of them thinks that the person who will die 2 days later will be me. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the crystal card in his hand and a bright smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, how am I going to earn so many merit points? However, it seems like those outer court disciples are quite rich. They managed to gather more than 5 million merit points in just one day. The next day, Duan Lingtian appeared at the training field again. The bet continued. Today, the outer court disciples who came to place their bets one after another were much lesser than yesterday. Yesterday, as long as they were outer court disciples who did not cultivate in closed-door cultivation, apart from a few who subconsciously felt that it was risky and did not blindly follow the trend, most of the outer court disciples had more or less placed their bets. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've already placed all of my merit points. Can I use Saint Stones? An outer court disciple who was not satisfied asked Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, but I only accept merit points for bets. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically and then looked at a figure standing nearby. However, you can look for Deacon Deng Wei. He seems to be accepting Saint Stones. Deacon Deng's odds are too low. The outer court disciple shook his head and left. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Deng Wei who was standing nearby had moved. He walked toward him and stopped in front of him. What? Are you still doubting me, Deacon Deng? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Humph. I'm here to place a bet. Deng Wei snorted. Place a bet? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since you're so kind as to distribute your wealth to everyone, naturally, I won't hold back. I'll bet 120,000 merit points on Fengfan winning the death duel tomorrow, Deng Wei said as he took out his crystal card. 120,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Deng Wei to be so rich. However, he felt relieved as soon as he thought about it. No matter what, Deng Wei was an outer court deacon of the Moon Illumination sect just like his teacher, Fang Hui. Although he could not be compared to his teacher, an outer court deacon was still an outer court deacon. It was normal for him to have 120,000 merit points. Deacon Deng, I think you should bet a little less. 120,000 merit points is not a small amount even to you. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and advised him in a seemingly kind manner. It was impossible for him not to be envious of so many merit points. Although he seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, he had actually seen through Deng Wei's mind. He knew the more he advised, the more Deng Wei would not listen to him. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. What? Are you scared? Take out your crystal card. I'll bet 150,000 merit points. When Deng Wei heard Duan Lingtian's advice, he thought Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. At once, he added another 30,000 merit points. 150,000 merit points were almost all the merit points he had. After the 150,000 merit points were deducted, he was only left with a few thousand merit points. However, he did not mind at all. He believed that after tomorrow, his 150,000 merit points would be returned to his crystal card with interest. With a 30-to-1 ratio of 150,000 merit points, he would have to pay 5,000 merit points. Thinking that he could earn 5,000 merit points in just one day, Deng Wei's heart suddenly felt like it was floating. The speed of earning merit points like this is much faster than my usual speed of earning merit points. When Deng Wei saw the merit points were transferred to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, he glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly as he took the receipt. Duan Lingtian, I'll inform my nephew of your death tomorrow. Your nephew? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Humph. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you passed the entrance assessment and became a Moon Illumination sect's disciple? Deng Wei smirked. You're talking about that Deng Yu? He's your nephew. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Chapter 1448. Seems like you still remember. Deng Wei sneered. If it weren't for you, it would have been easy for my nephew to enter the sect with his innate talent. However, it's because of you that he's not fated to enter the Moon Illumination sect in this lifetime. Deacon Deng, instead of hating me here, why don't you ask your nephew why he can't even defeat me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Deng Wei indifferently and ignored him. His attention was focused on the crystal card in his hand. The merit points on the crystal card were close to 1 million merit points. Among them, 100,000 merit points were his while the rest were the bets that he had accepted. With the capital that I have, I can accept another 1 million merit points as a bet. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the group of outer court deacons and outer court elders around him. He thought to himself, they're really patient. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's thought left his mind, an outer court deacon walked over. Since Deng Wei is here to join in the fun, I naturally won't miss it. How about this? I'll bet 100,000 merit points. Okay. Duan Lingtian skillfully accepted the 100,000 merit points that the outer court deacon transferred to him. At the same time, he handed the receipt to the outer court deacon and said loudly, after accepting another 900,000 merit points, the gambling house that I set up will no longer accept any bet. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of outer court deacons could no longer hold themselves back and swarmed over one after another. I'll bet 50,000 merit points. I'll bet 60,000 merit points. I'll bet 80,000 merit points. Although they were not as crazy as Deng Wei, they still bet half of their assets. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's bets had accumulated to more than 2.6 million merit points. At this moment, a few outer court elders walked over. The person in charge of the entrance exam in the past, Dong Chong, who once wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple but was tactfully rejected, was surprisingly among them. When a few outer sect elders walked over, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a mental energy that swept over him unscrupulously. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body, as if it was probing for something. The owner of this mental strength was a slightly chubby outer sect elder. He had a smile on his face and looked harmless. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. This outer court elder was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. He was a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. Hiding a dagger in a smile, this was the kind of person who would do such a thing. Duan Lingtian, it seems like the rumors are true. You've broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage after the entrance assessment. You're indeed proud of yourself for defeating Seng Ji and Lin Fu one after another with your cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. After a short moment, the smiling tiger arrived before Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, Elder." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He did not have a good impression of this outer court elder who did not know how to check his cultivation base. Perfection mortal shedding stage? After Dong Chong heard Smiling Tiger's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He asked through true energy voice transmission, "Elder Huang Cheng, did you check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base earlier?" Huang Cheng nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, before Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders could speak, he looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke first. "How many more bets can you accept?" "I'll pay for the rest myself." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly. An unnoticeable sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon hearing Huang Cheng's words, Dong Chong and the other few outer court elders' faces changed. The other few outer court elders said anxiously, "Elder Huang, you can't take all the bets for yourself." "That's right. Everyone has a share. How can you take all the remaining bets for yourself? Elder Huang, that's not very kind of you." The few outer court elders expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Dong Chong was the only one who did not want to fight with Huang Cheng. He merely wanted to remind Huang Cheng that when Duan Lingtian defeated Lin Fu a month ago, his cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. That was the result of his spiritual secret tactic that he personally checked a month ago. Just when Dong Chong was about to speak, Huang Cheng snorted first. "You old farts, who can you blame if you're too slow? As the saying goes, first come, first served. Don't tell me you don't even know this rule." Huang Cheng's words were not polite at all. He did not care about the few outer court elders whose faces darkened. As soon as Huang Cheng's words left his mouth, even Dong Chong could not help but feel dissatisfied. At that moment, he did not remind Huang Cheng anymore. "Huang Cheng, it's not up to you to decide whether we can bet or not. You, Huang Cheng, didn't set up this bet." "That's right. This bet was set up by Duan Lingtian. How do you know he's willing to give the rest of his quota to you? Huang Cheng, stop flattering yourself." The few outer court elders said disdainfully. "Duan Lingtian, did you hear what I said earlier?" Huang Cheng immediately looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard the few outer court elders' words. He narrowed his eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to care about him. If he dares to make things difficult for you because of this matter, we old farts are not to be trifled with." "That's right. We'll back you up. You don't have to be afraid of him." The few outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian and encouraged Duan Lingtian. "I'm sorry, elders. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since Elder Huang has spoken first, I can only give the rest of my quota to him. Next time, if I set up a bet again, I'll definitely give priority to all of you." Duan Lingtian said apologetically in the face of the bombardment from the few outer court elders. "Did you hear that?" When Huang Cheng heard Duan Lingtian's words, a smug expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you're not bad at all. You're very sensible. If it weren't for the death duel between you and Fengfan tomorrow, I would have taken you in as my disciple. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Elder Huang Cheng." Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face as he looked at Huang Cheng. As for the other outer court elders, they were ignored by him. However, he could not help but glance at Dong Chong from the corner of his eyes. This elder Dong Chong hasn't said a word since the beginning. It seems like he doesn't intend to place a bet. If he doesn't intend to place a bet, why is he here to join in the fun? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with disdain. If Dong Chong had spoken earlier, he would have definitely given Dong Chong a share of the bet. A month ago, Dong Chong had probed his cultivation base without any scruples. It had made him very displeased. After those few outer court elders were rejected by Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. They could not do anything at all. A threat. Duan Lingtian would most likely be killed tomorrow. Was there any use in threatening him? As for Duan Lingtian's suggestion that they would be given priority in the next bet, they thought it was nonsense. In their opinion, it was almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive after tomorrow. Dong Chong was the only one who looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. However, he did not say anything. He knew very well that even if he reminded Huang Cheng at this time, Huang Cheng would misunderstand that he wanted to take a share of the loot. "Duan Lingtian, how much are you short of the bet?" Huang Cheng asked as he took out his crystal card and looked at Duan Lingtian. "I'm short of 360,000. Duan Lingtian replied. When Huang Cheng heard this, he readily transferred 360,000 merit points from his crystal card. Naturally, it was only on the surface. However, he could not help but feel the pinch in his heart. He only had slightly more than 400,000 merit points in total. Losing 360,000 merit points in one go was a huge blow to him. However, when he thought about how he would be able to get an additional 10,000 merit points in addition to his 360,000 merit points tomorrow, he did not feel the pinch anymore. 3 million merit points. Duan Lingtian was excited in his heart. However, he did not deliberately show it on his face. He still understood the principle of making a fortune in silence. Elders, now that the bet is over, I should return to cultivate so that I'll be ready for the death duel tomorrow. Goodbye. After putting away the crystal card, Duan Lingtian looked at the few outer court elders in front of him and left after bidding farewell. This Duan Lingtian is really not bad. Huang Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette that was disappearing. Naturally, the reason he thought Duan Lingtian was not bad was because Duan Lingtian had given him the remaining quota despite the pressure. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was giving him 10,000 merit points for free. As for the remaining few elders, apart from Dong Chong who seemed to be deep in thought, the rest of them had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unappreciative of their kindness and actually dare to ignore them. He even went back to cultivate. Let alone one day, even if he's given another year, he might not be a match for Feng Fan now. He actually dared to accept Feng Fan's death duel invitation. This Duan Lingtian really doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see how he's going to be killed tomorrow. The few outer court elders who resented Duan Lingtian for not sharing the remaining quota with them sneered one after another. Ha ha. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow. Huang Cheng laughed complacently and strode away. It's time for me to leave too. Dong Chong also said, and then left. Since the other few outer court elders' attention was not on Dong Chong, they did not notice Dong Chong's abnormal behavior. They only left after mocking Duan Lingtian a few more times. Duan Lingtian naturally did not care about the resentment of the few outer court elders. He believed that after tomorrow, these outer sect elders wouldn't even be able to thank him enough. Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse? So what? No matter how strong he was only a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Why would Duan Lingtian be afraid of him? Almost 1 million merit points, even in the Moon Illumination sect. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can take out so many merit points at once, right? After returning to his room in the independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian did not enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he looked at the crystal card in his hand. As he infused his true energy into it, the crystal card showed the merit points limit. Chapter 1449. Tomorrow was the day of the life and death duel. On this day, Duan Lingtian did not enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of his room and sat in front of the stone table in the small courtyard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in his teacup. He looked relaxed and did not look like a person who would have a life and death duel tomorrow at all. Occasionally, a few outer court disciples would pass by and saw this scene through the empty courtyard door. They could not help but shake their heads. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has given up. What a pity. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has such great innate talent, but he's going to die tomorrow. God is jealous of geniuses. Many outer court disciples felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. However, there were also many outer court disciples who were overjoyed when they saw Duan Lingtian seem to have given up. Looks like I'll be able to get back the merit points I bet with senior brother Duan Lingtian tomorrow with interest tomorrow. Is there even a need to see this? There's no doubt about the life and death duel tomorrow. Some outer court disciples did not think that Duan Lingtian would have a chance of surviving tomorrow no matter how Duan Lingtian performed before the life and death duel. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of the stone table in the small courtyard. However, he was not thinking about the life and death duel tomorrow. Instead, he was thinking about his 2 fiancées. I'll have to make a trip back in 10 months. Whether the children are born or not, I'll have to wait until they're born. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In 10 months, It would have been 3 years since he left the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. I wonder how the two girls are doing now. There's also Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. There's also Xuan Ai. She must be very worried about me. Familiar figures flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind one after another. These silhouettes and the owner of these silhouettes brought a thick warmth to Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not know. The current Half Moon Island, the overseas Saint Island, had completely changed with the arrival of a golden-robed middle-aged man. If he knew, he would definitely rush back without any hesitation. Night gradually fell. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he still did not intend to cultivate. Instead, he lay on his bed and quietly entered the land of dreams. He had a good sleep. In the eyes of others, he had only been in the moon illumination sect for 2 months. In reality, he had stayed in the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a total of 6 months. 6 months, which was also half a year. For the past 6 months, he had been cultivating every second of the day. He had never had a good night's sleep like an ordinary person. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard, he found that the scorching sun had already risen high in the sky. It's already so late. At this moment, I believe that everyone has already arrived at the martial arts practice field, right? Just as Duan Lingtian thought, the martial arts practice field was in the martial arts practice field. At the training field in the Moon Illumination Sect slanted area, people were moving about. Apart from Grand Elder Dongfang Quan, almost everyone in the outer court who was not in closed-door cultivation had come. Even many inner court disciples from the inner court came to join in the fun. Among them, Ju Qi was among them. Apart from the empty space in the middle of the spacious martial arts practice field, it was filled with people. In the empty space, there was an ordinary-looking young man standing there quietly. He was resting with his eyes closed. He was as still as a mountain, like a statue. This person was the outer court disciple who ranked 5th in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, Feng Fan. At the same time, he was also a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking. Why isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian here yet? Don't tell me he's running away. I don't think so. Senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't look like someone who would break his promise. Moreover, Elder Dongfang is also paying attention to this matter. Even if he wants to run away, can he escape? That's true. The martial arts practice field that was noisy for a while gradually became quiet again. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you're going to die today. After you die, I'll send the news back to the clan. If Little Yu knows that you've been killed, he'll definitely be very happy. Deng Wei stood at the side of the martial arts practice field with a smirk on his face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can survive. Your life belongs to me, Yi Man. If you die, I'll kill Feng Fan too. I'll prove to everyone that I, Yi Man, am stronger than you. Stronger than the person who can kill you. Yi Man stood at the corner of the crowd with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to arrive, the obsession in his heart had already risen. When he first fell into the Devil Dao, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. He wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian died, there was no doubt he would lose his goal. However, he had already thought of a way out. If Duan Lingtian was killed, his obsession would no longer be with Duan Lingtian but Feng Fan. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, stood within a group of outer court elders. Unlike the gloomy expressions of the other outer court elders, apart from Dong Chong, his face was filled with a smile as though he was proud of his success. In his opinion, there was no doubt that he would win the bet with 360,000 merit points on Feng Fan. Although the payout was low, it was still 30 to 1. In just a day, he had earned more than 10,000 merit points including principal and interest. Naturally, he was happy when he thought about this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is here. Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the purple figure walking toward the training field from the independent courtyard. At the same time, he exclaimed and attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people in the training field immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. His Duan Lingtian? Some of the inner court disciples who came from the inner court to join in the fun could not help but be surprised. They did not expect this outer court disciple who had become famous in the outer court and even the inner court as soon as he entered the Moon Illumination sect would look so young. Duan Lingtian. Zhu Qi stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the person whom he regarded as an ant half a year ago, whom he did not even bother to kill, would have such a terrifying innate talent and grow to this stage. If he could turn back time and return to half a year ago, he would definitely kill this inconspicuous brat to prevent future troubles. However, when he thought about how there would be no such person in this world after today, Zhu Qi was filled with joy. Zhu Qi. Although there were many people in the training field, Duan Lingtian still noticed Zhu Qi immediately. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Take a good look. Prepare to receive the gift I'm going to give your progeny. The scene of Zhu Qi coming to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in a domineering manner half a year ago was still vivid in his mind. The person who looked down on him and regarded him as an ant back then was not far away from him now. If he was given another year, he was confident he would surpass him in all aspect. If he was given a year, it would be equivalent to 3 years on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. How dare you? Damn it. Zhu Qi's expression changed when he noticed Duan Lingtian's provocative gaze. It was as disgusting as if he had just swallowed a fly. Even though Duan Lingtian displayed a monstrous innate talent, he was still an ant in Zhu Qi's eyes, just like how he was half a year ago. However, this ant actually dared to look at him with such a gaze today. At this moment, Zhu Qi was enraged. Junior brother Fan. I hope you can torture this Duan Lingtian to death. The more he's tortured, the better, Zhu Qi said through true energy voice transmission in exasperation as he looked at Feng Fan who was standing in the middle of the training field after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing Zhu Qi's voice, Feng Fan nodded and opened his eyes at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian walked through a path that a group of outer court disciples automatically made way for him and came to the middle of the training field. He stood opposite Feng Fan and faced him. Duan Lingtian? Feng Fan raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. His tone was condescending, as if he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. He asked in an interrogative tone. Feng Fan? Duan Lingtian did not answer Feng Fan. Instead, he asked in a leisurely manner. You're so late. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Feng Fan frowned subtly, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Late? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, you only asked me to fight in the training field today, but you didn't seem to have set a time, right? Even if I came at night, I wouldn't be considered breaking the promise, let alone coming close to noon, right? Your mouth is quite powerful. I only hope that your strength is as powerful as your mouth when we fight later. Feng Fan sneered. I won't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. His face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to actually dare to accept the life and death duel invitation that I, Feng Fan, issued. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die in my hands today. Feng Fan said nonchalantly, after you die, remember that the person who killed you is a future Saint Stage powerhouse. I'm sure you can comfort yourself whenever you think about this. It's not embarrassing to die in the hands of a future Saint Stage powerhouse. A future Saint Stage powerhouse? You'll have to be alive to break through to the Saint Stage first. Duan Lingtian replied in a leisurely manner. His words were merciless. Since he had already confirmed that Feng Fan was from Liu Huan's faction and was here to kill him, there was no need for him to be courteous. Even if he was courteous, would he be able to get rid of the thought of killing him? Lotus flower tongue. A battle of words. After a round of verbal sparring, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. No matter how much nonsense you spout, it won't change the fact that you're going to die today. Feng Fan seemed to know that he would not be able to gain any advantage if he continued to spout nonsense. The moment his words left his mouth, strands of golden light rose from his body. It was as though he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Chapter 1450. It's the golden shirt. The golden shirt is the upgraded version of the silver shirt. It's one of the few human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics in our moon illumination sect. Oh my god. I can't believe senior brother Fengfan has cultivated a human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. As the golden glow on Fengfan's body shone as though he was wearing a golden shirt, many outer court disciples exclaimed in surprise. Even though they knew that Fengfan was strong and was a powerhouse on the Earth ranking, most of them had never seen Fengfan fight before. Even if they had seen Fengfan fight before, they had never seen him perform the golden shirt. Golden shirt. The upgraded version of the silver shirt? I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard the discussion around him. However, he was still shocked. The golden shirt is a move from the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. It said that the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic in the moon illumination sect costs 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. I'm afraid the golden shirt that Fengfan has cultivated has at least reached the second stage. This means he has at least borrowed the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic twice. It costs 60,000 merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but click his tongue. Fengfan's background was not something an ordinary outer court disciple could compare to. It was even comparable to the outer court deacons. In fact, when Duan Lingtian set up the bet 2 days ago, the most merit points that the outer court disciples who came to bet were only a few thousand merit points. Naturally, the outer court disciples who placed their bets did not include Fengfan and the other outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 5 of the outer court. They were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked on the Earth ranking. So what if it's the upgraded version of the silver shirt? My silver shirt has already been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Its power is comparable to the golden shirt that has reached the 3rd stage. Moreover, my body is already incomparable to an ordinary person's. Once I perform the silver shirt, it'll be even more powerful. Duan Lingtian was very confident in the defensive moves he had cultivated. His body was strong to begin with, and according to Huolaro, he was even stronger than the 6-clawed divine dragon and was almost on par with the 7-clawed divine dragon. In terms of defense, Fengfan could not be compared to him at all. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that Fengfan's golden shirt was not only for defense, but also to improve his physical fitness. Regardless of whether it was the copper shirt or the silver shirt, once used, in addition to increasing the body's defense, it could also increase the user's physical fitness to a certain extent. As the upgraded version of the silver shirt, the gold shirt was naturally the same. Different realms would result in different enhancement effects. Of course, the biggest impact was still the foundation of one's body. In this regard, Fengfan could not compare to Duan Lingtian at all. Even though Fengfan had cultivated the golden shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, the golden shirt that he cast could only obstruct Duan Lingtian with the defensive force formed by his true energy. As for the enhanced physical fitness, it was not worth mentioning in Duan Lingtian's eyes. There was no difference whether it was enhanced or not. And all of this was because Fengfan was only a mortal. Duan Lingtian's body, on the other hand, was so strong that even those saint beasts and wild beasts who were born with strong bodies could not compare to him at the same cultivation base in the entire Dao martial saintland, let alone humans. Showing off his physical fitness in front of Duan Lingtian was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. It was no different from showing off one's swordsmanship in front of Master Guan. Duan Lingtian, I have to say that you're very lucky. You should know that ever since I entered the Earth rankings, I've never fought with an outer court disciple again. Even if you die today, you should be proud of yourself. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in Fengfan's hand. It was a thick and wide broadsword. It was not as light as ordinary swords, but this sword was heavy no matter how one looked at it. With such a big size, it would be quite difficult to even wield it. However, the broadsword seemed to be weightless in Fengfan's hand. You're still proud of your death. Duan Lingtian sneered. You should keep this kind of pride to yourself. Junior brother Fan, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just torture him to death. Ju Qi's true energy voice transmission entered Fengfan's ears. It made Feng Fan's face turn solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body flashed out. In the field of vision of Duan Lingtian's left eye, Ju Qi was like a gust of wind blowing over as he held the thick broadsword that was even taller than him. In just a blink of an eye, Ju Qi had already arrived near him. When Ju Qi's body flashed, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. At this moment, Ju Qi seemed to have transformed into a giant rock. Rock soars in the ninth heaven. At the same time, a cry of surprise also entered Duan Lingtian's ears. An inner court disciple recognized the movement technique that Ju Qi cultivated. It was a technique that belonged to the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, just like the defensive technique, golden shirt. No wonder his movements are so similar to the giant rock. So the movement technique that he cultivated is called rock soars in the ninth heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, take this. Feng Fan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a moment. After he shouted, the broadsword in his hand shone with a green true energy luster. At the same time, the broadsword pressed down on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had an illusion that the sword in Feng Fan's hand was no longer a sword but a towering mountain instead. The broadsword moved like wind and thunder, pressing down on Duan Lingtian like a towering mountain. Boom! 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 Wherever the broadsword passed, the sound of wind and thunder would be heard continuously. The air in the air seemed to have been sucked away. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had become the target of the heavy sword. Heavy as Mount Tai, another inner court disciple exclaimed. He recognized the offensive technique that Feng Fan was using. It came from the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that belonged to the golden shirt and rock soars in the ninth heaven. This offensive technique was all about strength. Once the strength was used, no matter what weapon it was, it would be like Mount Tai crashing down and crushing the opponent into a pancake. What's so difficult about taking your sword? In the face of Feng Fan's menacing sword, Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. The arrow that was solidified by true energy shot out at lightning speed like a meteor flashing in the night sky. Aerolite strike. The sword that was like a meteor shot toward Feng Fan's broadsword and hit it with a loud bang. Boom! Along with a loud bang caused by the collision of the two forces, a vast rolling airwave swept out and spread across the entire training field, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. The arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out caused the broadsword to vibrate and deviate a little. Due to that, a lot of its strength was depleted. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Feng Fan was surprised by the strength of Duan Lingtian's hastily shot, he naturally would not miss this great opportunity to suppress Duan Lingtian. The broadsword in his hand trembled as he continued to press down on Duan Lingtian. Of course, this sword was pressed down hastily, so its strength was much weaker than before. However, Feng Fan was confident. This sword strike would surely be able to descend onto Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian shot out the second arrow. We don't know who's trying to stop a chariot yet. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. The sun-shooting bow in his hand disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he took a step forward and clenched his fists. A pair of iron fists shot out like two cannonballs. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian planning to take Feng Fan's sword barehanded? Although the strength of Feng Fan's sword was far weaker than the previous one, it did not seem like Duan Lingtian would be able to take it barehanded. Idiot! Ju Qi sneered. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured to death by Feng Fan. This Duan Lingtian. Why isn't he using a saint weapon? Is he seeking death? Yi Man frowned. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was full of smiles. He could already see more than 10,000 merit points waving at him. You're seeking death. Feng Fan sneered disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian actually wanted to take his sword barehanded. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not dare to be so arrogant in front of his sword. Since you want to die early, I'll send you on your way then. The gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand slammed down. Although its strength was not as strong as before, it was still invincible. It was as though a mountain was pressing down. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to cover the sky and overturn the universe. Faced with Feng Fan's disdain, Duan Lingtian did not reply, which was rare. When he took a step forward and punched with both fists, his entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver luster. It was as though he was covered in a layer of dazzling silver clothes. It was the silver shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage. The moment the silver shirt was unleashed, almost all of the potential in his body was unleashed. His pure physical strength was completely unleashed. If it was not for the layer of dazzling silver luster on the surface, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see the veins on Duan Lingtian's fists throbbing. Each time they throbbed, they were filled with power. If Duan Lingtian took off his clothes, everyone would definitely be able to see the muscles hidden under the faint silver clothes. Although they were not exaggerated, they were just right. Break. In the face of Feng Fan's sword that was about to land on him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A pair of iron fists that were gleaming with silver luster and true energy swept out like two WMS coming out of their caves. The two WMS charged out and collided with the gigantic sword that was about to land on him. There was no pause at all. It was so fierce that it set off a series of sounds of wind and thunder. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two thunderous sounds, with 2 points as the center, two waves of air that swept out in all directions collided with each other, causing the void to seem as if it was about to shatter. The airwaves that collided formed a small shockwave that swept out due to the strong gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as the Martial and Dao cultivators present whose cultivation base was above the paramount mortal shedding stage looked carefully, they would be able to see the ripples that spread out in the air like ripples. Chapter 1451. The onlookers allowed their robes to flutter as they stared intently at the arena. As the ripples in the air spread out, the arena gradually regained its calmness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple, trembled and took 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His face was slightly flushed. On the other hand, Feng Fan's broadsword trembled and he suddenly withdrew it. His face was pale, but his feet did not move at all. Of course, not many people noticed the difference in their expressions. Most people only paid attention to their movements. Senior brother Feng Fan is slightly better. How dare he block senior brother Feng Fan's broadsword without using a saint weapon? He's really reckless. It's obvious who's stronger in this exchange. My idol, senior brother Feng Fan, is still stronger. Many outer court disciples looked at Feng Fan with burning eyes and discussed animatedly. These outer court disciples were all blind admirers of Feng Fan. Hey! Senior brother Duan Lingtian did not use a saint weapon, but his only slightly inferior. Senior brother Feng Fan used a saint weapon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong, isn't he? He blocked senior brother Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands, and is not injured at all. It seems like the outcome of today's battle is not necessarily the death of senior brother Duan Lingtian. The people who said these were the outer court disciples who remained neutral. They were all shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian. The group of outer court elders and deacons who were present also looked solemn. He's really worthy of his reputation. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary. The group of inner court disciples who came from the inner court to watch the show were also shocked. Feng Fan was an earth-ranking powerhouse. How's this possible? Ju Qi was also shocked and in disbelief when he saw this scene. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to block Feng Fan's sword with his bare hands. Although the power of that sword was far from its peak, it was still amplified by a saint weapon after all. He's indeed an earth-ranking powerhouse. He'd rather break his teeth and swallow his pride than take a step back. In the arena, Duan Lingtian, whose complexion had returned to normal, looked straight at Feng Fan and clicked his tongue. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the onlookers' eyes all fell on Feng Fan. Senior brother Feng Fan, why does he look so pale? Don't tell me it's really like what Duan Lingtian said? Senior brother Feng Fan would rather take the blow than take a step back. There were quite a few smart people. What? Feng Fan's eyes, SSSS, and could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. Blood stained the ground, and only then did his complexion gradually recover. Seeing this scene, the entire place was deathly silent. At this time, how could they not see that Feng Fan was at a disadvantage in the fight just now? Tian. Feng Fan gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Initially, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian because of Ju Qi's request. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, the person who had embarrassed him in front of so many people. The onlookers quickly regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Although Feng Fan's sword was rushed, he used a saint weapon after all. Even if he didn't use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, it's only SOSO. Dong Chong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression as he muttered to himself. In other words, if he did not use a saint weapon and unleashed his full strength, Feng Chong would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Dong Chong was not the only one who noticed this. The group of outer court elders, including Huang Cheng, had also noticed this. Huang Cheng, in particular, had a slightly pale expression on his face. He had thought that Feng Fan would definitely kill Duan Lingtian today. However, now that the situation had developed to this point, he realized that nothing was absolute. His 360,000 merit points were likely to go to waste. The other outer court elders, on the other hand, sighed in relief. They were secretly glad that they did not place their bets yesterday. Otherwise, they would definitely be on tenterhooks right now. The moment they thought of this, they looked at Huang Cheng in unison. When they saw Huang Cheng's pale expression, they could not help but feel delighted. Elder Huang Cheng, if Duan Lingtian wins today, your 360,000 merit points will go down the drain. 360,000 merit points, even if it's not your entire fortune, it should be close to it, right? An outer court elder looked at Huang Cheng with a smile and clicked his tongue. 360,000 merit points. Even if it's you, Elder Huang Cheng, I'm afraid you won't be able to gather it without 10 to 20 years, right? Another outer sanctum elder also joked. Don't kick me when I'm down. The final outcome is still uncertain. Huang Cheng sneered. Do you really think that Feng Fan didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve since he was able to become a famous powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage on the Earth ranking? Naturally, the few outer court elders knew this. The reason why they were mocking Huang Cheng was because he was a villain who was intoxicated by his success yesterday. It seems like this Duan Lingtian didn't let us place our bets yesterday out of kindness. One of the outer court elders pondered for a while before realizing what was going on. If that's the case, this little guy, Duan Lingtian, is pretty good. When the other outer court elders looked at Duan Lingtian now, they also found Duan Lingtian much more pleasing to the eye compared to before. Elder Huang Cheng, don't tell me you've offended this Duan Lingtian. One of the outer court elders looked at Huang Cheng and asked with a strange expression. If I'm not mistaken, the few of you didn't use your spiritual secret technique to probe Duan Lingtian yesterday, right? It was rare for Dong Chong to ask. Duan Lingtian is a martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage before he's 40 years old. Isn't that obvious? Why would we need to probe him with our spiritual secret technique? That's right. Moreover, it's impolite to probe him with our spiritual secret technique. He might not be as good as us now, but with his talent, he'll be someone we'll have to look up to when he grows up. If it's not necessary, I don't want to offend him. That's right. The few elders agreed, indicating that they did not probe Duan Lingtian with their spiritual secret technique. No wonder he noticed that his eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility when he looked at me yesterday. It turns out that it's because I probed him with my spiritual secret technique a month ago. Dong Chong smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng clenched his teeth when he heard Dong Chong and the others' words. If he still could not figure out what was going on, he would have lived for so many years in vain. It turned out that Duan Lingtian did not intend to give him merit points. He wanted to trick him. Moreover, there were so many outer court elders, and he was the only one who was trick. If you want to trick me, you'll have to defeat Feng Fan first. Huang Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. If Duan Lingtian really won, he would have gone for wool and come home shorn. That was 360,000 merit points. If he lost it, it would be a huge blow to him. At this moment, Huang Cheng wanted Feng Fan to win more than anyone else. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian has the ability to compete with senior brother Feng Fan. No wonder he made such a bet. I thought he knew he was going to die today, so he wanted to share his wealth with us. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too treacherous. I've invested 3,000 contribution points on senior brother Feng Fan. If senior brother Feng Fan is defeated, my 3,000 contribution points will be wasted. Why was I so greedy? For less than 100 merit points, he actually invested more than 2,000 merit points. The group of outer court disciples who had bet on Duan Lingtian were filled with regret at this moment. The group of outer court deacons, including Deng Wei, had a ghastly expression on their faces. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was completely out of their expectations. It vaguely threatened the safety of the merit points that they had bet on. Damn it! How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? Deng Wei's expression was extremely ghastly. He had bet almost all of his merit points on Feng Fan. If Feng Fan lost, he would be completely broke. The remaining few thousand merit points could not be used for anything. He had accumulated more than 100,000 merit points for almost 20 years. Duan Lingtian. Yi Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Yi Man looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he did not want Duan Lingtian to die. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands and get rid of his obsession of becoming a devil. This was because only then would he be able to break free from his shackles and soar into the sky. However, when he saw the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, he could not help but feel a little fearful and anxious. I became a devil in order to surpass Duan Lingtian. Do I really have a chance to defeat him after becoming a devil? This was the first time such a thought appeared in Yi Man's mind ever since he had become a devil cultivator. Senior brother Feng Fan, do your best. Senior brother Feng Fan will definitely win. Senior brother Feng Fan, you're an Earth-ranking powerhouse. You're invincible. Unknowingly, most of the outer court disciples who were watching the battle began to shout with all their might. Some of the outer court disciples were so envious that they could not wait to transfer their strength to Feng Fan. The reason why they were working so hard was naturally because of the merit points that they had bet on Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know if it's because you're a saint beast or because you're a descendant of a saint beast that your body is abnormally strong. However, if that's all you've got, then you'll definitely die today. Feng Fan said coldly to Duan Lingtian as he listened to the shouts around him. His entire body was filled with energy as he held the heavy sword in his hand horizontally. Based on his words, it was obvious that he could tell that Duan Lingtian's body was abnormally strong. Sometimes, it's better not to be too full of yourself. Otherwise, if you can't do what you say, then you'll be the one who's embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. I'll let you have a new understanding soon. Feng Fan sneered as he stomped his feet on the ground. A wave of air swept out from his feet as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings. Rock soaring the 9 heavens. The gigantic sword in his hand vibrated. Apart from the layer of true energy that covered it, there was also a mysterious energy that rose up, causing the aura of the gigantic sword to change completely. It's the saint inscription. Chapter 1452. Saint Inscription. Duan Lingtian, who had just noticed the aura on the gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand was slightly different, was shocked when he heard the exclamations from the bystanders. Ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he had only seen a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription once at the auction held by the Rare Treasure Pavilion in Mount Hill City. However, that saint inscription was only an ordinary glorious sun saint inscription. That saint rune could only play a superficial supporting role. It did not have much effect on the saint weapon itself. However, the saint inscription on the gigantic sword in Feng Fan's hand was obviously different. In just a blink of an eye, it caused the gigantic sword's aura to undergo a tremendous change. Aerolite strike. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian gripped the sun-shooting bow tightly in his left hand that was shining with a silver luster while his right hand condensed an arrow and narked it on the bowstring. Unlike the last time when he held back when he cast the aerolite strike, he used his full strength this time. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a short-lived shooting star in the night sky. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to make everything around it dim in comparison. At this moment, it was as though the sword was the only thing left in the entire world. Mount Tai Crush! Feng Fan shouted in a timely manner. At this moment, the gigantic sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a towering mountain as it collided with the arrow that seemed to dim everything in its path. The gigantic sword pierced through the air with the sound of wind and thunder. It was even more terrifying compared to his previous sword strike. Naturally, the previous sword strike referred to the sword strike he had launched at the beginning. It was not the sword strike that continued to descend after Duan Lingtian's arrow had neutralized most of its power. Boom! The gigantic sword slammed down like Mount Tai. Everywhere it passed, the air trembled. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the world to lose its luster. The arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out with all his might was directly crushed. After the arrow was broken, the momentum of the gigantic sword was only slightly reduced. The reduction in momentum was negligible. Subsequently, the gigantic sword continued to attack. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. The power of Feng Fan's sword completely exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, the power of this sword strike had already surpassed the attack of an ordinary early Saint Realm martial cultivator. What kind of inscription is that? How could it bestow such a powerful strength to the heavy sword? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he realized he had not considered the saint inscription on Feng Fan's heavy sword. It was not that he had not considered the possibility of Feng Fan's saint weapon having a saint inscription. In fact, when Feng Fan took out the heavy sword, he could tell it was an earth-rank saint weapon. It was completely different from a human-rank saint weapon. At that time, he had already guessed that there might be a saint inscription on it. Although he had thought of this, he had never imagined that the saint rune on Feng Fan's heavy sword would be so terrifying, granting him such great power. Die! Feng Fan let out an explosive roar. The heavy sword in his hand, which was like a towering mountain, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. It was only a little bit away from suppressing and killing Duan Lingtian. Sound of death. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hand continued to tremble as he shook the bowstring again and again. He had cast the only close-range attack in the colossal aerolite arrow in a timely manner. An unpleasant sound reverberated one after another. True energy light blades continued to sweep out and collided with the heavy sword in Feng Fan's hand one after another. It was like a violent storm. However, the heavy sword still braved the violent storm and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian was directly sent flying by the heavy sword. He was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He flew several dozens of meters away before he managed to stop himself from stumbling. Duan Lingtian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face turned extremely pale. It's a good thing I cast the sound of death in time and blocked most of the power from his sword. Otherwise, I would have died. Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart, but at the same time, he was glad. It's the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear many scattered exclamations. 1000 Mass Saint inscription? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized they were probably talking about the saint inscription that was inscribed on Feng Fan's heavy sword. It was the saint inscription that gave Feng Fan unparalleled strength. Once the 1000 Mass Saint inscription is activated, it can make the saint weapon as heavy as 1000 catties. However, to the owner of the saint weapon, it's not a burden at all. There's actually a 1000 Mass Saint inscription on senior brother Feng Fan's saint weapon. Unbelievable. The 1000 Mass Saint inscription is a 2-star saint inscription. In the sect, an Earth-rank saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription costs at least 200,000 merit point. Where did senior brother Feng Fan get so many merit points from? First, it's a human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Then, It's an Earth-rank Saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star Saint inscription. Senior brother Feng Fan, don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of some inner court elder? The group of outer court disciples who were watching the battle were shocked by Feng Fan's trump card. 2-star Saint inscription? I see. Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a 2-star Saint inscription. However, how could an outer court disciple like Feng Fan possess an Earth-rank Saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star Saint inscription? It seems like it's a weapon loaned to him by a powerhouse from Liu Huan's faction. That's not right. No one seemed to find it strange when Feng Fan took out the heavy sword. It's as though the heavy sword is his weapon. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders were looking at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. All of them possessed an Earth-rank Saint weapon inscribed with a 2-star Saint inscription. However, such a Saint weapon appeared in the hands of an outer court disciple. Even if this outer court disciple was an Earth-ranking powerhouse, they could not help but feel surprised. Where did Feng Fan get his Saint weapon from? He used this Saint weapon when he fought in the past, but he never activated the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. That's because his previous opponents were not worth it for him to use the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. Once the 1000 Mass Saint inscription is activated, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. The few outer court elders, including Dong Chong, sighed. If it was not for the 1000 Mass Saint inscription, Duan Lingtian might still stand a chance. However, now that Feng Fan had activated the 1000 Mass Saint inscription, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian did not stand a chance at all. A bright smile appeared on Huang Cheng's originally gloomy face. Once the 1000 Mass Saint inscription is activated, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The group of outer court disciples was just as happy as Huang Cheng. These outer court disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory in the bet set up by Duan Lingtian. They would only be able to get back their bets if Feng Fan won. Moreover, they would be able to obtain additional bets as well. Zhu Qi smiled. In his opinion, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The rest of the people had similar thoughts as well. I didn't expect Feng Fan to have a 2-star Saint inscription hidden in his Saint weapon. Once he uses this trump card, the outcome is already decided. Many of the outer court deacons laughed. They had also bet heavily on Feng Fan. Naturally, they hoped that Feng Fan would win. Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape death in the end. Deng Wei looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Duan Lingtian, no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. From the moment you stood in front of me, Feng Fan, your fate was sealed. You'll definitely die. After sending Duan Lingtian flying, Feng Fan was not in a hurry to pursue him. Instead, he played with Duan Lingtian verbally like an eagle playing with a chick. After he was done playing with Duan Lingtian, he made his move and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he had transformed into a giant rock. Boom! The broadsword that had activated the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000 Mass Saint inscription, charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed and killed Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with the menacing Feng Fan, Duan Lingtian knew that he would not be able to defeat Feng Fan in a head-on clash even if he gave it his all. Therefore, he chose to dodge. At that moment, he managed to escape from the calamity. Do you think it's useful to keep running? Feng Fan sneered. With a lift of his hand, he took out a giant red hammer. The giant hammer seemed heavy, but it was as light as a feather in his hand. It's the Gale Hammer. When Feng Fan took out the giant hammer, a few inner court disciples who came to join in the fun exclaimed in surprise. Gale Hammer? Many outer court disciples were shocked when they heard the inner court disciples' exclamations. Isn't the Gale Hammer the weapon of senior brother Zhu Qi in the inner court? It's said that senior brother Zhu Qi's Gale Hammer also has a 2-star Saint inscription on it. I've heard about it too. The 2-star Saint inscription on senior brother Zhu Qi's Gale Hammer is the Gale Saint inscription. Once it's activated, the Gale Hammer's speed is terrifying. It's said that senior brother Ju Qi's speed is one of the fastest among the inner court disciples in the inner court district because of the Gale Saint inscription on his Gale hammer. An outer court disciple whispered and revealed the origin of the Gale hammer. Ju Qi's weapon? It also has a 2-star inscription. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. If he still could not guess that Ju Qi had intentionally lent his weapon to Feng Fan to deal with him, then he would have lived 2 lives in vain. Ju Qi smiled brightly when he saw Feng Fan taking out the Gale hammer. He had lent his Gale hammer to Feng Fan just in case. With the Gale hammer and junior brother Fan's 1000 mass sword, it'll be a miracle if this Duan Lingtian is still alive. In Ju Qi's opinion, it was impossible for such a miracle to happen. Duan Lingtian, you can continue to run. I'd like to see if you're faster than me. Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale hammer in one hand and the 1000 mass sword in the other, looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a piece of meat on his chopping board. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Fan made his move. True energy surged on the Gale hammer as the Gale Saint inscription was activated. With a whoosh sound, Feng Fan lifted the hammer and smashed it toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1453. When the Gale hammer flew toward Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan, who was holding the Gale hammer in one hand, was also carried away by the Gale hammer. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Feng Fan did not even use any movement technique. He relied entirely on the Gale hammer to carry him away. At this moment, even the outer court disciples at the paramount mortal shedding stage who were present could not see Feng Fan's figure clearly. This was because the Gale hammer carried him away at an extremely fast speed. That's too fast. Is this the speed of the Gale Saint inscription? Many of the outer court disciples were shocked. The Gale hammer's Gale Saint inscription and the 1000 mass sword's 1000 mass Saint inscription. This Duan Lingtian is going to lose. The group of outer court elders thought to themselves. The group of outer court deacons and the outer court disciples who bet heavily on Feng Fan's victory heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Fan moving with the Gale hammer. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle anymore. In terms of strength, Feng Fan had the 1000 mass sword which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, Feng Fan had the Gale hammer which was superior to Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength and speed, Duan Lingtian was inferior to Feng Fan. He was going to lose. Apart from the outer court deacons and outer court disciples, even the spectators had the same thought. They felt there was no suspense in this battle anymore. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were always exceptions. This person was an outer court disciple whose strength was ranked in the top 100 in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. He was an outer court disciple who had interacted with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect 2 months ago. It was none other than Seng Ji. 2 months ago, he wanted to blackmail Duan Lingtian who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect, but he was defeated instead. As the person involved, the strange scenes that occurred successively at that time had left a deep impression on him. In his heart, he even concluded that Duan Lingtian knew a demonic technique. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be able to divert his attacks to another place twice? After that battle, he tried to explain to the people around him many times, but no one believed him. All of them thought that he was a sore loser, which was why he purposely used the excuse that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. Only he knew that what he said was true. A month ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Fu, he thought that he would have a chance to reveal the fact that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian did not use demonic techniques that time and defeated Lin Fu with his own strength. Now, Feng Fan was rushing towards Duan Lingtian with the Gale hammer. At this critical moment, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would lose. Seng Ji, on the other hand, felt that there might be variables. For this reason, the moment Feng Fan made his move with the Gale hammer, he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, he discovered something was amiss. He was shocked to find out. At this moment, a small black whirlpool appeared in Duan Lingtian's left pupil. The whirlpool was spinning so fast that it seemed as though his soul was being sucked in when he looked at it. I thought I don't need to use the strange pupil to kill Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian sighed softly in his heart. Initially, he did not plan to use the heaven-defying ability of the strange pupil. However, the two two-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapons in Feng Fan's hands were so powerful that it completely disrupted his plan and shattered his previous thoughts. At this moment, if he did not use the strange pupil, he would definitely die. As the strange pupil was activated, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Fan's ridiculously fast speed and the gale hammer slowing down in his left eye's field of vision. Naturally, the depletion of his spiritual energy was also very fast. One must admit that Feng Fan's speed was really fast. To be more precise, the gale hammer's speed was really fast. Even though Duan Lingtian had activated the strange pupil with all his might, the gale hammer still arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Since the gale hammer had arrived, it was only natural that Feng Fan, who was holding the gale hammer, had arrived as well. Die. Feng Fan approached Duan Lingtian. Not only did the gale hammer in his hand not slow down at all, but it was like a cannonball crashing toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Even the 1000-kati sword in his other hand came crashing down again. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. With the 1000-kati saint inscription activated, the sound of the sword tearing through the air resounded everywhere it passed. The sound alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. If one were to be hit by the sword, one would most likely explode into a bloody mist in an instant and die without a complete corpse. Not many of the spectating outer court disciples could see Feng Fan's movements clearly. Many of the inner court disciples who could see it clearly narrowed their eyes as though they could not bear to watch the scene that was about to unfold. The group of outer court elders, apart from Huang Cheng who had an excited expression on his face, could not help but shake their heads. Heaven is jealous of the talented. Many of them sighed in their hearts. Die, die. Deng Wei's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the scene. It was as though he was afraid he would miss out on any detail of Duan Lingtian's death. So what if your innate talent is high? Aren't you going to turn into a pile of dirt on the Dao Martial Saint land now? Zhu Qi had a cold smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an emotionless gaze. Spatial manipulation. Just when almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to die, Duan Lingtian had already activated his strange pupil to its limit as he stared intently at the 1000-mass sword and the gale hammer in Feng Fan's hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had fully activated the heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil, the spatial manipulation, and his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Just when Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy was completely depleted and he felt as though his mind had been emptied, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil suddenly shifted to the side. The 1000-mass sword in Feng Fan's hand strangely shifted to Duan Lingtian's side. Like a towering mountain, it fell with a loud crash. A terrifying force swept out and smashed heavily on the solid ground of the training field. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the ground of the training field cracked open. Gravel and dust flew up into the air. It's still not enough. When Duan Lingtian saw the gale hammer had shifted to the side and was heading toward his left arm, horror dawned on him. He hurriedly mobilized all his energy and moved to dodge the attack. However, he was still hit even though he had the intention to dodge. Fortunately, it only grazed his arm. A large piece of flesh was torn off, but his bones were not damaged. However, the pain of having a large piece of flesh torn off still caused Duan Lingtian to break out in cold sweat. He was already a little dizzy due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. At this moment, he almost fainted from the pain. No. I can't faint. I can't faint. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up a little. He knew very well in his heart. If he fainted now, everything he had done earlier would be in vain. Since Feng Fan's attack did not hit him, he could, naturally, make a second attack. If he fainted, he would become a fish on Feng Fan's chopping board and be at his mercy. Trying hard to stay awake, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Fan who had brushed past him. At this moment, he could clearly see that Feng Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps, Feng Fan could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why did the 1000-mass broadsword and gale hammer in his hands that were originally about to descend onto Duan Lingtian's body suddenly move to the side at the critical moment when they were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and they strangely barely avoided Duan Lingtian? Feng Fan's attack missed, and his body was sent flying by the inertia of the sword and hammer. He had temporarily lost control of his body. At this moment, the vital points on his entire body were completely exposed before Duan Lingtian. Sound of death. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not miss such a good opportunity. As the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, his right hand that was already on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow shook. In the next moment, a blade of true energy appeared and shot out like an electric arc wung. The electric arc pierced through the air like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It directly slashed Feng Fan's throat, who had just reacted and had a horrified expression on his face, leaving behind a hideous wound. All of a sudden, the wound bloomed, and blood gushed out like a pillar. It was impossible to stop it. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng Fan was sent flying by the 1000-ton heavy sword and gale hammer in his hands. It seemed as though a path of blood had been opened in his wake. In the end, he fell into a pool of blood and no longer moved. Silence. The entire scene was dead silent. Demonic technique. It's demonic technique. Seng Ji's eyes widened in horror. Gasp. 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 After a while, the people present finally regained their senses. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths also rang in the air, one after another. Senior brother Feng Fan is dead. The outer court disciples were completely dumbfounded when they saw Feng Fan's body. How's this possible? The outer court deacon Deng Wei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. How could this little bastard kill Feng Fan? No. Impossible. Impossible. Deng Wei was unwilling to accept this reality. The other outer court deacons also had a bitter expression on their faces. From the moment Feng Fan was killed, the merit points they had bet on had gone down the drain. My 1000 merit points are gone. They're gone. An outer court disciple beat his chest and stamped his feet as he wailed. It's only 1000 merit points, and you still have the nerve to yell? I lost a whole 3000 merit points. An outer court disciple next to him roared with a sullen expression. At this moment, the outer court disciples who had placed their bets had a gloomy expression on their faces. Feng Fan's death meant that the merit points they had bet were gone. They would never be able to return to their crystal cards. At this moment, they even wanted to die. Feng Fan is too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse. He can't even defeat an outer court disciple who has just entered the sect for 2 months. That's right. He's too useless. An Earth-ranking powerhouse who used 2 Earth-rank saint weapons inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions actually died in the hands of a new disciple of the sect. How embarrassing. Chapter 1454. How's this possible? The smile on Huang Cheng's face had long disappeared. With a gloomy face, he could not figure out how this could have happened. With his strength, it was only natural that Feng Fan's slightest movement would not escape his eyes. Earlier, Feng Fan's attack was clearly going to land on Duan Lingtian. However, at the most critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had actually shifted to Duan Lingtian's side and missed. It was as though he had intentionally exposed himself in front of Duan Lingtian and allowed Duan Lingtian to slaughter him. At that moment, a thought even appeared in his mind. Feng Fan was seeking death on purpose. However, as soon as he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse with a bright future. How could he have taken things too hard? Moreover, he had heard an uncertain piece of news in the past. It was said that the top 5 outer court disciples, who were also listed on the Earth ranking, had all been secretly taken in as personal disciples by the highest level of decision-makers in the sect. Although he, Huang Cheng, was an elder in the outer court, he could not enter the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, in the entire outer court, only the Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, had entered the highest decision-makers in the sect. Moreover, His position was not low. After witnessing the Thousand Mass Saint inscription on the saint weapon in Feng Fan's hand, Huang Cheng was almost certain that the rumor he had heard was true. Feng Fan must have had a teacher who had a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, no matter how he thought about it, Feng Fan would not seek death. In that case, all the strangeness would undoubtedly fall on the person who killed Feng Fan. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When he thought about how his 360,000 merit points were already in Duan Lingtian's pocket, he could only feel an evil fire rising from his feet to his head. Yesterday, among the group of outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only accepted my bet. It's obvious that he's trying to scam me. However, Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can take my merit points? Thinking of this, Huang Cheng's eyes flickered with killing intent. After recovering from their shock, the few outer court elders at the side all looked at Huang Cheng at the same time. Their gazes were mixed with a bit of pity. That was close. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't accept my bet yesterday. An outer sect elder said with lingering fear. That's right. Yesterday, I was planning to invest at least 100,000 merit points. Now, it seems that it's fortunate that I didn't. Otherwise, those 100,000 merit points would have already become Duan Lingtian's. The other outer sanctum elder agreed. I think this Duan Lingtian already knew Feng Fan wasn't a match for him. That's why he accepted Feng Fan's death duel invitation. Since he's able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, I think he's not a simple-minded person. Another outer court elder muttered. Indeed. His words received the agreement of the few outer court elders, including Dong Chong. Since Huang Cheng had seen the strange scene earlier, it was only natural that they had seen it as well. At the critical moment, Feng Fan's attack had strangely missed, giving Duan Lingtian the opportunity to take advantage of it. Not only did Duan Lingtian manage to survive from a hopeless situation, but he even launched a counterattack on Feng Fan. At that time, Feng Fan's body was swept away by the two saint weapons that shot out swiftly. He did not have time to defend himself. In front of Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had become a target that was completely defenseless. Therefore, Feng Fan's death came as a complete surprise to everyone. I wonder what kind of technique Duan Lingtian used. Was it a spiritual energy attack? Or was it some other technique? The group of outer court elders was filled with doubts. How's this possible? Zhu Qi, the direct disciple of inner court elder Liu Huan, had also regained his senses from the scene of Feng Fan being killed. After muttering to himself in a daze for a while, horror dawned on his face. The scene before his eyes was something that he had never expected even in his wildest dreams. Feng Fan was actually dead. Naturally, he did not care about Feng Fan's life or death. However, now that Feng Fan was dead, this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. It would have been fine if Feng Fan was just an ordinary outer court disciple. However, Feng Fan's background was terrifying. The person behind Feng Fan was ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was even more powerful than his master, Liu Huan. In front of that inner court elder, even his master, Liu Huan, had to be respectful and did not dare to slack at all. However, Feng Fan was dead now. He had died because of his request. Zhu Qi could imagine that when Feng Fan's master, the inner court elder with a high position, found out about this, he would definitely not have a good ending. Put aside the fact that his master had shifted all his attention to Su Qi and no longer cared about him like before, even if it was before, it was impossible for his master to offend Feng Fan's master because of him. At this moment, Zhu Qi felt as though the sky was collapsing. Wait a minute. Just when Zhu Qi was completely disheartened, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. In the next instant, he seemed to have been reborn. It seems like only the two of us know the reason why Feng Fan issued the death duel invitation to Duan Lingtian. The others don't know about it. Now that Feng Fan is dead, I'm the only one who knows about it. Doesn't that mean I can say whatever I want? The moment Zhu Qi thought of this, the haze in his heart was swept away. All he felt was that the sun was shining brightly, and he was in a good mood. However, When his eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was healing himself after consuming the healing medicinal pill in the distance, his face turned grave again. What's the origin of this Duan Lingtian? How did he manage to kill Feng Fan under such circumstances? Don't tell me he really knows some kind of witchcraft. When Ju Qi thought of this, he shook his head. I don't think it's a witchcraft, but some kind of secret spiritual tactic. A secret spiritual tactic that can confuse others and make them hallucinate so that they can change the direction of their attacks. Whether it was the group of outer court elders, outer court deacons, or Ju Qi, all of them had the same guess. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian had cast a secret spiritual tactic. They did not think that even if Feng Fan had the intention to change the direction of his attacks, would he have succeeded in doing so under such circumstances? No matter how shocked the onlookers were, Feng Fan was dead, and he was dead. Duan Lingtian had obtained the final victory in this death duel and successfully survived. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not feel good even though he had survived. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if I consumed the 3-star healing medicinal pill that teacher gave me, I'm afraid I'll need at least 10 days to half a month to regrow the huge chunk of flesh that was taken away. However, the moment he thought of the nearly 3 million merit points in his crystal card, he felt that the price he paid was worth it. 3 million merit points, I'm afraid there's nothing in the Moon Illumination sect that I can't exchange for. Duan Lingtian did not forget to rejoice in his heart as he broke out in cold sweat. Also, Feng Fan's saint weapon. According to the Moon Illumination sect's rules, the person who was killed in the death duel would have everything that belonged to the winner unless he had something special in his possession. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he endured the pain as he walked to Feng Fan's body. He lifted his hand and picked up Feng Fan's 1000-mass sword. He could vaguely see a special pattern inscribed on it. The pattern was complicated, and it was similar to the inscriptions on Cloud Continent. This must be the 2-star saint inscription, the 1000-mass saint inscription. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'll have to spend at least 200,000 merit points to exchange for this sword. Now that I've obtained it, I can save 200,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged as he put away the 1000-mass sword. Subsequently, he extended his hand, intending to put away the Gale Hammer as well. Although he already knew the Gale Hammer belonged to Ju Qi, he was still pretending. He pretended not to know. Humph! How dare you lay your hands on my, Ju Qi's, saint weapon? Just when Duan Lingtian's hand was about to touch the Gale Hammer disappeared. At the same time, a mocking voice resonated in the air. A person appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. Ju Qi. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the Gale Hammer anymore. After half a year, this was the second time Duan Lingtian had such close contact with Ju Qi. He felt Ju Qi was still as arrogant and unscrupulous as he was 6 months ago. However, Ju Qi did not dare to act presumptuously in the sect. Duan Lingtian did not know Ju Qi could have attacked him directly when he went to take the Gale Hammer earlier. It would have been fine as long as he did not kill or maim him. After all, he had a good reason to attack Ju Qi to protect his saint weapon. The reason he did not attack Ju Qi was because he wanted to distance himself from the fact that Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to think he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not want others to suspect that he wanted to use Feng Fan to kill Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, Feng Fan's master would definitely not let him go. I really didn't expect someone who was like an ant half a year ago to come so far today. Ju Qi stared at Duan Lingtian coldly and sneered through true energy voice transmission. However, the people from Mount Hill City are destined to not live long in the Moon Illumination sect. It's the same for the people in the past, it's the same for all of you, and it'll be the same for the people in the future. It's not up to you, Ju Qi, to decide whether we can live long or not. Compared to Ju Qi's stealthy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian spoke out loud. Duan Lingtian's words had attracted many people's attention. Ju Qi's expression changed drastically. He realized that if he continued to stay here, people might think he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put away the Gale Hammer and left in a hurry, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. To Ju Qi, the most important thing now was to distance himself completely from today's incident. Chapter 1455. As a tool for Liu Huan's revenge, Ju Qi didn't even collect your corpse when you're dead. How sad. After keeping Feng Fan's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Fan nonchalantly. Then, he walked out of the crowd under everyone's complicated gazes. It was obvious that he was going to leave. The crowd also made way for him. Although most of the outer court disciples present on the scene had placed their bets on Duan Lingtian and had lost a lot of merit points, none of them blamed Duan Lingtian at all. In their opinion, the reason they lost was all because Feng Fan was useless. The reason they had bet so much on Feng Fan was because he was an Earth-ranking powerhouse. They thought he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months. However, when the result came out, it was beyond their expectations. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months, had killed Feng Fan, an Earth-ranking powerhouse who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court for a long time. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, find a time to come to my mansion and return all the merit points I bet on Feng Fan. Otherwise, me. When Duan Lingtian was walking out, a true energy voice transmission entered his ears all of a sudden. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this voice that was filled with threat. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. His gaze landed on the group of outer court elders and the outer court elder, Huang Cheng, who had placed a huge bet on him yesterday. How dare you look at me in the eyes of so many people? Now, if you don't hand over the 1 million merit points, I won't let this matter rest. Huang Cheng was enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian dared to look at him in the eyes of so many people and disregard his dignity. He immediately demanded an exorbitant price. He demanded 1 million merit points from Duan Lingtian as soon as he opened his mouth. It was obvious that they were treating Duan Lingtian as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. However, after hearing Huang Cheng's words, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly in front of the crowd. Elder Huang Cheng, yesterday, you were the one who came looking for me and said that you wanted to bet 360,000 merit points. Now that I've won your bet, you're threatening me to return the 360,000 merit points to you. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you, a dignified outer sect elder, can use your power to bully others? Is there no law in the sect? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and told everyone about Huang Cheng's threat in front of everyone. These words were spoken so quickly that Huang Cheng could not react in time. By the time he reacted, he realized that everyone was looking at him in a completely different light. Elder Huang Cheng, is what Duan Lingtian said true? An outer sect elder standing beside Huang Cheng asked calmly, if that's true, you've gone too far. That's right. You're an outer sect elder. You're the face of the outer sect. If you can't accept your loss, you'll be embarrassing the outer sect. Another outer sect elder chimed in. If I were you, I'd admit defeat no matter how unwilling I am. Elder Huang Cheng, if you really threatened Duan Lingtian, then you really need to improve your gambling skills. One by one, the outer sect elders chimed in. Upon hearing the group of outer court elders' words, Huang Cheng cursed inwardly, it's easy for you to say that. Subsequently, he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, how dare you slander me? 360,000 merit points might be a lot, but it's not enough for me to take it seriously. Naturally, he would not admit to it in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would have reached the end of his career as an outer sect elder. Slander. Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Elder Huang Cheng, we've never met before yesterday. Why would I slander you? Don't tell me it's because you bet 360,000 merit points. I think the loss of 360,000 merit points that you've bet is not as great as the loss of Deacon Deng Wei to you, an outer sanctum elder, right? Deacon Deng Wei is only an outer sect deacon. He didn't even threaten me when he bet 150,000 merit points, which is almost all of his assets. In comparison, you're not as magnanimous as Deacon Deng Wei. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, He shook his head. When Deng Wei heard Duan Lingtian's compliment, not only was he not happy, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 150,000 merit points was indeed all he had. Currently, there were only a few thousand merit points left in his crystal card. However, it was impossible for him to not be calculative. The reason he did not threaten Duan Lingtian was because he knew threats were useless against Duan Lingtian. He could only think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the crystal card from Duan Lingtian's hands. At that time, not only would he be able to get his 150,000 merit points back, but he would also be able to obtain an additional 3 million merit points. Huang Cheng's face was grave. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Elder Huang Cheng, although you're an outer court elder, I won't succumb to your abuse of power. Unless I'm dead, I won't give you 1 million merit points. 1 million merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that were looking at Huang Cheng changed again. As long as one was not an idiot, one could guess that Huang Cheng must have threatened Duan Lingtian again to get Duan Lingtian to give him 1 million merit points. Bah! Outer sect elder? What an embarrassment to the outer sect. That's right. I'm just an ordinary outer sect disciple, and I'm willing to admit defeat. How dare he use his status as an outer sect elder to bully senior brother Duan Lingtian and get Duan Lingtian to spit out his merit points? That's not all. He even wants senior brother Duan Lingtian to hand over 1 million merit point. Isn't he trying to get something for nothing? How can there be such a good deal in this world? A group of outer sect disciples who had also placed their bets cursed loudly. They did not care if Huang Cheng was an outer sect elder anymore. They vented all their pent-up anger. Huang Cheng was dumbfounded. The situation at the scene was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, do you know that slandering the higher-ups of the sect is punishable by death in the sect? Finally, Huang Cheng's face darkened as he shouted sternly. His voice was infused with true qi and suppressed the noise at the scene. Slandering? Duan Lingtian sneered. Elder Huang Cheng, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Do you dare to swear on the tribulation oath that you didn't threaten me? Humph. I didn't threaten you, so I didn't threaten you. Who do you think you are to make me swear on your behalf? Huang Cheng snorted coldly and said disdainfully. That's right. You're a high and mighty outer sect elder who disdains to swear on my behalf. Since that's the case, I'll swear on the tribulation oath that if there's any falsehood in my words, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian naturally had a way to deal with Huang Cheng's shameless behavior. When Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically, he pricked his finger and a drop of blood rose into the air before it merged with the air. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air and entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that bore witness to Duan Lingtian's oath. However, after it bore witness, it did not strike down the tribulation oath to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was clear who was more trustworthy between Duan Lingtian and Huang Cheng. Waves of jeers rose and fell one after another. The gazes of the crowd when they looked at Huang Cheng were even stranger than before. Previously, they were not 100% certain Huang Cheng had threatened Duan Lingtian. However, after Duan Lingtian made the oath, they no longer had any doubts and were completely certain of it. The tribulation of oaths would not lie. That was the might of the heavens. As the saying went, the heavens are watching what people do. The heavens would not side with anyone. At this moment, even the group of outer court elders, including Dong Chong, intentionally kept a distance from Huang Cheng. It was as though they were trying to tell everyone that although they were outer court elders as well, they did not want to be on the same side as Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng was so angry that his face turned red. However, he was at a loss for words. From the moment Duan Lingtian publicly swore on his oath, he knew that no one would believe him. It would be useless no matter what he said. Duan Lingtian, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Huang Cheng glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and sent a true energy voice transmission to him in exasperation. After that, he flew away and disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard Huang Cheng's threat. He did not seem to care at all. Even if the incident did not happen, with Huang Cheng's petty character, as long as he did not return the 360,000 merit points, he would not let him go. If that was the case, what did he have to worry about? Seeing that Huang Cheng did not bother to explain himself and fled at the last minute, the crowd booed again. Shameless. He's too shameless. Why didn't I know that Elder Huang Cheng was so shameless? In my opinion, such a person is not qualified to be an outer court elder at all. He's a disgrace to our outer court. The group of outer court disciples seemed to empathize with Duan Lingtian's experience and began to curse him. Thank you for your support. Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. His voice was filled with true energy and suppressed the noise at the scene. I thought about it seriously just now. I feel that it's not easy for all of you. How about this? Except for Elder Huang Cheng and Deacon Deng, I'll return half of the merit points that everyone has bet. At noon tomorrow at the martial arts practice field, all of you will bring your written receipts to me and collect your merit points. Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Really? Long live Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He's actually willing to return half of the merit points that we lost. When the group of outer court disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were all excited and grateful. When the group of deacons heard this, their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian, why are you excluding me? Chapter 1456. No reason. I'm just happy to do it. Can't I do it? Duan Lingtian replied calmly to Deng Wei's roar. His words almost made Deng Wei vomit blood. Deng Wei's face was filled with anger. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the people present, everyone, Deng Wei wants me dead because his nephew was defeated by me fair and square. He can't enter the sect. That day, after he placed his bet, he even sent me a voice transmission to provoke me. He said he'll tell his nephew about my death. If you were me, would you return the merit points he bet? Duan Lingtian's voice was infused with true energy. It spread out and entered everyone's ears. Of course not. I was wondering why Senior Brother Duan Lingtian would have a grudge against Deacon Deng Wei. It turns out there's another reason. Deacon Deng Wei is really thick-skinned. He actually has the nerve to ask why Senior Brother Duan Lingtian excluded him. He didn't even think about how much he wanted something to happen to Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. What a joke. The group of outer court disciples looked at Deng Wei with disdain. They had completely forgotten that when Duan Lingtian fought with Feng Fan, they had also hoped that Feng Fan would win. If Feng Fan won, Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape death. No wonder Deng Wei was so generous to bet 150,000 merit points. It turns out there's a grudge between you and Duan Lingtian. One of the outer court deacons looked at Deng Wei and suddenly understood. Deng Wei, your nephew was defeated by Duan Lingtian in the entrance assessment. That means your nephew has no fate with the sect. How can you blame Duan Lingtian? That's right. Deng Wei, no matter how protective you are, you have to be reasonable. The other outer court deacons also spoke up to support Duan Lingtian. Deng Wei was so angry that his face turned green and white. In the end, Deng Wei also realized that it would only be more embarrassing if he continued to stay here. He snorted coldly and glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred before he flew away. After Zhu Qi and Huang Cheng left, he disappeared before the eyes of the people in the training field. Everyone, see you tomorrow. After Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to everyone, he returned to his own independent courtyard as well. The group of people on the training field, especially those outer court deacons and outer court disciples who had placed their bets in the betting pool that Duan Lingtian had set up, found Duan Lingtian's silhouette pleasing to the eye. Duan Lingtian. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Lingtian's strength. The moment Duan Lingtian killed Feng Fan, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a giant mountain, a towering mountain that was difficult to surpass. It seems that my defeat at his hands 2 months ago was not an injustice at all. Xiao Zui, who came from the city governor's mansion of Luojiang City, smiled bitterly. The strength that Duan Lingtian had shown had convinced him, and he did not dare to avenge his humiliation. After returning to his independent courtyard, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Am I too generous?" The bet that he had received this time was close to 3 million merit points. Among them, Huang Cheng had bet 360,000 merit points, and Deng Wei had bet 150,000 merit points. These two people did not need to take out their bets. After deducting the 3 million merit points, he still had close to 290,000 merit points left. Duan Lingtian had already said that he needed to return half of these merit points. In this way, he was left with less than 1,250,000 merit points. Including the merit points that Huang Cheng and Deng Wei had bet, he had almost 1,350,000 merit points left. Even if I don't return the merit points to Huang Cheng and Deng Wei, I still have to give them 1,250,000 merit points. After calculating carefully, Duan Lingtian felt that he was being extravagant. Forget it. 1,350,000 merit points should be enough for me to squander. These merit points are only useful in the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 city governors' mansions under the Moon Illumination sect. They're worthless elsewhere. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian decided to return half of the merit points that the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples had bet. Although it was only half, it was enough to buy their hearts. After entering his room and closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He did not cultivate. Instead, he took out the 1,000-mass sword that originally belonged to Feng Fan and began to study it seriously. To be more precise, he was studying the saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword. The saint inscription on the 1,000-mass sword was a 2-star saint inscription called the 1,000-mass saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword seem as though it was possessed by the force of 1,000 mass. Once it was swung out, it would be as fast as wind and thunder. Its power was unstoppable. Duan Lingtian had personally experienced its power. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it until now. It's fortunate that I have the strange pupil. Otherwise, I would have definitely died today, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After studying the 1,000-mass saint inscription for a while, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy as exhaustion swept over him. The spiritual energy that he had just recovered was completely depleted again. It seems like I can only study it again after I've recovered my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The moment the thought left his mind, he had already fallen into a deep sleep on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Master. After Ju Qi entered the mansion, he immediately went to look for his master, Liu Huan. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Liu Huan was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes seemed to be constantly shrouded in darkness. As he stood there, he exuded an evil aura. Liu Huan frowned when he saw Ju Qi rushing over. You should learn more from junior brother Su Qi. You're already so old, but you're still so immature. Master, it's not that I'm immature, but I really have something urgent to attend to. Ju Qi smiled wryly. Speak. Liu Huan said nonchalantly. Master, junior brother Feng Fan is dead. Ju Qi said. What? Upon hearing Ju Qi's words, Liu Huan raised an eyebrow. Shock was written all over his face. What happened? Junior brother Feng Fan issued a death duel invitation to an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan wasn't a match for that outer court disciple and was killed. After Ju Qi finished speaking, he pretended to sigh pitifully. God is jealous of geniuses. An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago? Liu Huan's eyes narrowed. Who's that? He actually has the ability to kill Feng Fan? Feng Fan was an Earth-ranking powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the Earth ranking, he was still a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage who stood at the peak in the 9-sect alliance's territory. However, such an existence had been killed. The person who killed him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 2 months ago. Is also an Earth-ranking powerhouse? Liu Huan asked in a deep voice. No. Zhu Qi shook his head. Zhu Qi shook his head. He's not a powerhouse on the Earth ranking. In fact, before he entered the sect, he was just a nobody. No matter what, he's destined to die soon since he killed Feng Fan. Liu Huan snorted coldly. Then, he seemed to have recalled something as he muttered, Elder Zhao has been in closed-door cultivation recently. I don't think he'll come out anytime soon. If we can get rid of the person who killed Feng Fan before he comes out, we can do him a favor. That's what I think as well. Zhu Qi nodded. What else do you know other than giving advice in hindsight? Liu Huan sneered. He did not believe that Zhu Qi would think that way. Master, I'm really not giving advice in hindsight this time. In fact, even if junior brother Feng Fan wasn't killed by that person, I'd have done everything I could to kill him. However, I didn't expect that he would kill junior brother Feng Fan before I killed him. Zhu Qi smiled wryly at first. In the end, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Why? Do you have enmity with that person? Liu Huan frowned. Then, horror dawned on him as though he had thought of something. Zhu Qi. Don't tell me you're behind Feng Fan's death duel invitation to that person? No. Zhu Qi immediately shook his head in denial. He knew very well that if he dared to admit it, he would definitely be in trouble. Naturally, he sneered inwardly. I'm not the only one who added fuel to the fire. I'm even the one who asked Feng Fan to kill that Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he's too useless and died in the Duan Lingtian's hands. He only dared to think about this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud at all. You really didn't? Liu Huan asked again. Master, I really didn't. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath, Zhu Qi said straightforwardly. He only said that because he was certain that Liu Huan would not really ask him to make an oath. One had to admit that Zhu Qi's tactic of retreating in order to advance was very effective. Liu Huan no longer doubted him. Do you know how Feng Fan became enemies with that person? I've heard junior brother Feng Fan mention this before. Zhu Qi said, it seems like after he defeated 2 outer court disciples who were ranked in the top 100 in the outer court, he became arrogant and talked back to junior brother Feng Fan. He even humiliated junior brother Feng Fan, causing junior brother Feng Fan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, junior brother Feng Fan sent him a death duel invitation out of anger. Zhu Qi spoke without thinking. He had thought about all of this on his way back. Since Feng Fan was already dead, he could say whatever he wanted. How did you become enemies with him? Liu Huan asked with a frown. Master, you've misunderstood me. I didn't become enemies with him. Zhu Qi smiled wryly. What do you mean by what you said earlier? Liu Huan asked a little impatiently. Master, the reason why I said that even if junior brother Feng Fan didn't make a move, I'd still find a chance to kill him is because of his origin. His origin means that he's destined to be enemies with our faction, Zhu Qi said. With our bloodline? It has something to do with me. Liu Huan still could not wrap his head around it. Master, that person's name is Duan Lingtian. Just like junior brother Su Qi, he's from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. He seems to be Fang Hui's disciple as well. Zhu Qi revealed something at the critical moment. Mount Hill City? Fang Hui? Chapter 1457. Are you sure he's from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and Fang Hui's disciple? Liu Huan asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed fiercely. He refused to believe it. Fang Hui had taken Su Qi, who was such an outstanding genius martial cultivator, as his disciple. Then, he took another genius martial cultivator who was even more outstanding than Su Qi as his disciple. What kind of luck was that? Why did he, Liu Huan, not have such luck? He had only entered the outer court 2 months ago. This meant that the outer court disciple called Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old. The fact that he could kill Feng Fan was enough to prove that his innate talent far surpassed Su Qi, the direct disciple whom Liu Huan was proud of. If he had known about Duan Lingtian before this, The first thought that would arise in his mind would be to take him as his disciple, just like how he treated Su Qi. However, it was impossible now. This was because he had killed Feng Fan, Elder Zhao's direct disciple. Elder Zhao was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He was someone that even Liu Huan had to curry favor with. He would not dare to take someone who killed Elder Zhao's direct disciple as his disciple, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Master, I saw him when I went to pick up junior brother Su Qi half a year ago. However, I didn't know his innate talent is higher than junior brother Su Qi. Otherwise, I would have brought him back with me. Zhu Qi had been following Liu Huan for many years. Naturally, he knew what Liu Huan thought, so he chose to say what Liu Huan liked to hear. If he had known Duan Lingtian was so monstrous, he would not have spared his life when he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City half a year ago. Every time he thought about this, he regretted it. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. As expected, Liu Huan's expression softened when he heard Zhu Qi's words. However, the fierceness in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. I really didn't expect Fang Hui to be so lucky to have taken in 2 disciples with monstrous innate talent consecutively. What did he do to deserve this? When Liu Huan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Initially, I thought he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if I spared his life. Now, it seems like I was wrong. If that Duan Lingtian grows up, he will definitely become a huge threat to me. Master, do you need me to head to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City and kill Fang Hui? Zhu Qi asked. No need. Liu Huan shook his head. It's better to leave Fang Hui to Elder Zhao. Otherwise, when Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that his disciple has been killed, where will he vent his anger? As for that Duan Lingtian, before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, we must get rid of him. In that case, Elder Zhao will owe me a favor. Liu Huan's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. The reason why he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao came out of seclusion was that he was worried that after Elder Zhao came out of seclusion, Elder Zhao would take Duan Lingtian as his new personal disciple regardless of Feng Fan's revenge. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian came from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. If he became Elder Zhao's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him and his disciples. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely do my best to kill that Duan Lingtian before Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, Zhu Qi said. Master. It's not about doing your best, but you must. Before Elder Zhao comes out of his seclusion, that Duan Lingtian must die. Even if you have to exchange your life for Duan Lingtian's, you must kill him. After you die, Master will remember you, Liu Huan said as he looked at Zhu Qi. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of kindness on his face. When Zhu Qi saw the kindness on Liu Huan's face, there was only coldness in his heart. In order to kill Duan Lingtian and eliminate the root of the problem, Liu Huan did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. At this moment, in Zhu Qi's heart, the little bit of master-disciple relationship between him and Liu Huan had completely vanished into thin air. Previously, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to survive and even help Fang Hui to kill Liu Huan. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. It was an important decision that would affect his future. Master, I won't let you down. Although Zhu Qi felt disgusted when he saw the kindness on Liu Huan's face, he still agreed to it respectfully on the surface. Very good, very good. Liu Huan smiled when he saw how obedient Zhu Qi was. Zhu Qi, you're the first to follow me, and I've always thought highly of you. Don't worry, even if you kill that Duan Lingtian and are sentenced to death by the sect, I won't forget you. I'll erect a memorial tablet for you and enshrine it in the backyard so that you can always be by my side. Liu Huan said with an amiable expression. Thank you, Master. Zhu Qi's heart was as cold as ice, but he did not show it on his face. He had to deal with this first. I want to hear the news of his death within 3 days. You won't disappoint me, right? Liu Huan looked at Zhu Qi and gave him a deadline. 3 days. Upon hearing Liu Huan's words, Ju Qi's heart trembled. However, he could only nod silently. Very good. Prepare to leave. Liu Huan sent him off. I'll take my leave. Ju Qi retreated. When he turned around, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, Liu Huan, you're the one who forced me to do this. Since you don't value my life, there's no need for me to guard you anymore. From today onward, I, Ju Qi, will sever our master-disciple relationship. As soon as Ju Qi turned around, the kindness on Liu Huan's face vanished. He glanced at Ju Qi's back coldly before withdrawing his gaze. Subsequently, he went to look for Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi, an amiable expression naturally appeared on his face. Master, why are you looking for me so late at night? Su Qi was puzzled. Su Qi, before you left the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, did you know that Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, has a disciple by the name of Duan Lingtian? Liu Huan asked bluntly. Yes. Su Qi nodded. However, that Duan Lingtian is very arrogant. He's only willing to acknowledge Fang Hui as his master. However, he's a martial cultivator from the mortal continent like me after all. His innate talent is not inferior to mine. He's from the mortal continent as well? Liu Huan's eyes narrowed as he asked, both of you are from the same mortal continent? No. Su Qi shook his head. We're from different mortal continents. Looks like the rumors are true. Every single one of the genius martial cultivators who can walk out of the mortal continent is a monstrous talent blessed by the heavens. People from the mortal continent are either heaven-defying or trash. They're two extremes. Liu Huan muttered. Master, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about him? Su Qi asked, puzzled. He killed Feng Fan. Liu Huan did not hide anything from Su Qi and told him the news he had just heard from Ju Qi. What? Su Qi's expression changed drastically when he heard about this brat. How's that possible? Feng Fan is an earth-ranking powerhouse. How's it possible for that Duan Lingtian to kill him? When Liu Huan saw the change in Su Qi's expression, he realized Su Qi must not have known that Duan Lingtian was so gifted. It's true. Right now, it's not just the outer court district. I'm afraid the news has spread in the inner court district as well. Liu Huan said. A complicated expression appeared on Su Qi's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He suddenly realized the distance between him and Duan Lingtian seemed to be increasing. In the outer court district, in a remote mansion, outside a pavilion at the side of the front yard. Elder, Feng Fan is dead. A sturdy man with a shocked expression on his face said in disbelief as he strode over with a majestic gait. What an interesting brat. In the face of the sturdy man's report, the old man who was sitting quietly in the pavilion and tasting his tea merely smiled faintly. It was as though he was not surprised by this outcome. Elder, aren't you surprised? The sturdy man could not help but ask. There's nothing to be surprised about. That brat doesn't look like someone who would willingly seek death. The old man was dressed in white. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. As he sat there, it was as though he had become one with the pavilion and the entire heaven and earth. Elder, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao's favorite. If Elder Zhao comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out that Feng Fan has been killed, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. The sturdy man said again. That's a problem. The white-clothed old man nodded. After a moment of silence, he smiled indifferently. I don't know why, but I'm actually very confident in him. I'm also a little curious as to how he'll get past Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was Feng Fan's master. He was also a powerful inner court elder. There were almost 20 inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. However, Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 20 inner court elders. One could just imagine how powerful he was. Elder, aren't you afraid that he'll die? The sturdy man asked. I've already said that I'm confident in him. All right, you may leave now. The white-clad old man said. Yes. Although the sturdy man did not know why the old man was so confident in the outer court disciple whom he had only met once, he still left. He could not and did not dare to disobey the old man's words. After the sturdy man left, A saint stone appeared in the old man's hand. This saint stone seemed to be of a higher grade than a 6th grade saint stone. How can someone who can casually take out a 4th grade saint stone be an ordinary person? I wonder where that brat came from to actually be able to take out a 4th grade saint stone. However, this 4th grade saint stone is indeed more helpful to me than a 6th grade saint stone. At the very least, I don't need to interrupt my closed-door cultivation to exchange for saint stones and affect my cultivation. The old man played with the 4th grade saint stone in his hand as he muttered to himself. Boom! Late at night, along with a loud bang, Duan Lingtian felt a sharp pain all over his body. He was forced out of the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Who's there? Chapter 1458. It's me. At the same time, a calm voice resonated from outside. This voice was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Ju Qi. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his face turned grave immediately. He took 2 steps forward and opened the door. Looking at Ju Qi, who was outside, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he asked nonchalantly, "How dare you barge into someone else's residence without even informing me? Didn't your master, Liu Huan, teach you the rules?" Duan Lingtian was not afraid that Ju Qi would dare to make a move here. The Moon Illumination sect had a rule that unless there was a reason and the inner court disciple was in the right, inner court disciples were not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court area. Those who violated the rule would be severely punished. If it had been before, Ju Qi would have been enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he looked calm at this moment. It seemed like he was not angry at Duan Lingtian's words at all. Ju Qi's calmness surprised Duan Lingtian. Theoretically, Ju Qi should not be such a good-tempered person. Theoretically, as a member of the inner court's elder Liu Huan's line and Liu Huan's direct disciple, Ju Qi should have wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Moreover, the way Ju Qi looked at him when he was in the training field today was as if he wanted to kill him. How did he change so much in just half a day? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly vigilant in his heart. "Let's talk inside," Ju Qi said. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, he had already walked into Duan Lingtian's room. Duan Lingtian frowned, but he relaxed in the end. He turned around to look at Ju Qi and asked nonchalantly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Duan Lingtian, my master, Liu Huan, wants me to take your life in 3 days. Ju Qi looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Then, with a calm face, he said, "If you kill me, according to the sect's rules, you will not be able to escape death. My master told me to exchange my life for yours." Ju Qi said, "Your life in exchange for mine?" This time, Duan Lingtian was moved. Although he knew since long ago that the inner court elder, Liu Huan, was not a kind person, he never imagined that he would be so terrifying. He actually wanted to exchange his disciple's life for his own. What was his disciple worth in his eyes? "Tools. Tell me why you've come. Since you've come to tell me all this, I presume you don't want to listen to your master's orders." Duan Lingtian said calmly. "The reason I'm here is very simple. I want to remind you that Liu Huan is a madman. I followed him for more than 10 years, but when he wanted to abandon me, he didn't even bat an eyelid." Ju Qi said slowly. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "He's a madman, but aren't you a madman as well?" Duan Lingtian sneered. 8 months ago, Ju Qi had come to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City in an awe-inspiring manner. The moment he made his move, he had killed 2 innocent people. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't come here with the intention of making peace with you. I just want to remind you that Liu Huan is a person who won't stop until he has achieved his goal. As for the reason I'm reminding you, it's because I don't want him to have an easy time in the future." Ju Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he said hatefully, "If you don't kill me within 3 days, how do you plan to explain yourself to him?" Duan Lingtian asked. "You don't have to worry about that. I've achieved my goal, so it's time for me to leave. No matter how much you hate me, it doesn't matter to me. After all, I did want to kill you before." If Liu Huan didn't ask me to exchange my life for yours, I wouldn't have let you go in the future. Ju Qi said, however, everything has changed now. I don't hate you. I only hope that you can survive and cause more trouble for Liu Huan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He realized Ju Qi no longer regarded Liu Huan as his master. However, it was normal when he thought about it. A master who would sacrifice his disciple's life to achieve his goal was not worth it. There's one more thing that I must remind you. Feng Fan, whom you killed, was the only direct disciple of Zhao Feng, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Zhao Feng's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Ju Qi continued to remind him. Feng Fan's master was the inner court elder, Zhao Feng? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he could guess Feng Fan's background was not simple from the family background Feng Fan had shown, it did not cross his mind that he was the direct disciple of an inner court elder. Moreover, that inner court elder's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he from your faction? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He had always thought Feng Fan was from Liu Huan's faction. However, it seemed like that was not the case. What a joke! Someone as powerful as Liu Huan's master, Zhao Feng's position in the Moon Illumination sect was much higher than Liu Huan's. It was impossible for such a person to be from Liu Huan's faction. Even if he was from Liu Huan's faction, he would be Liu Huan's senior. It was impossible for him to let his only direct disciple take such a risk. Of course not. Ju Qi shook his head. Even Liu Huan would have to bow and scrape before Elder Zhao Feng. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who instigated Feng Fan to issue you the death duel invitation. However, all of this is not important anymore. What's important is that you've killed Feng Fan. You'll definitely enrage Elder Zhao Feng. Ju Qi said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the ins and outs of the matter. He was a little surprised by how straightforward Ju Qi was. You even told me this. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Elder Zhao Feng exactly what you said? It's useless even if you tell him. It's an indisputable fact that you're the one who killed him. Ju Qi said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was speechless for a moment. After all, what Ju Qi said was indeed the truth. Even if Zhao Feng vented his anger on Ju Qi, it was impossible for him to let him go. However, if Elder Zhao Feng comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he might not kill you. Ju Qi said again. He might not kill me. Duan Lingtian frowned. What do you mean? I've killed his only direct disciple, but he won't kill me. Yes, you've killed his only direct disciple, Feng Fan. He loves Feng Fan very much. However, didn't he take Feng Fan as his disciple because he valued Feng Fan's innate talent? If Feng Fan was just a mediocre person, how could he take him seriously? Ju Qi said, therefore, after he finds out that you've killed Feng Fan, there's a high possibility that he won't kill you. Perhaps, he'll want to take you as his new direct disciple. After all, in terms of innate talent, Feng Fan can't compare to you at all. Take me as his direct disciple? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face. However, when he thought about it carefully, if Zhao Feng was not a person who valued relationships, he might really do that. If Zhao Feng really did that, he would definitely look down on Zhao Feng. If someone he looked down on wanted to take him as his direct disciple, it was only natural that he would not agree to it. This is what I want to tell you. If Zhao Feng is determined to kill you to avenge Feng Fan, then it's fine. However, if he wants to take you as his direct disciple, you must agree to it because as long as you become Zhao Feng's disciple, Liu Huan won't dare to harm you under Zhao Feng's nose even if he has 100 guts. Ju Qi said with a serious expression, Liu Huan wants me to kill you within 3 days because he's worried Zhao Feng will come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. He wants to kill you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, so it's impossible for you to become Zhao Feng's direct disciple. Moreover, if he kills you before Zhao Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll be doing Zhao Feng a favor. To him, as long as you're dead, he'll only benefit from it. Ju Qi said. I must agree to become Zhao Feng's disciple? Duan Lingtian sneered. Ju Qi, Are you making a decision for me? Naturally, you'll make the decision yourself. I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, both of us have a common enemy, Liu Huan. I hope that you'll be able to survive as well. As long as you grow stronger, you'll definitely become Liu Huan's nightmare. When Zhu Qi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were burning with passion. At that time, even if I'm not in the Moon Illumination sect, I'll still be happy to hear about this brat. Not in the Moon Illumination sect? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. Do you think I'll still have a place in the Moon Illumination sect if I don't kill you within 3 days? Even if Liu Huan doesn't kill me, he'll definitely find ways to target me. He's my master in name. Nobody will say anything even if he cripples me. As Zhu Qi spoke, his body suddenly trembled as though he had thought of something terrifying. I've said what I should. I've persuaded what I should. I know it's impossible for us to bury the hatchet. If you manage to survive, you can seek revenge from me in the future. As long as you can find me, I'll accept my death even if it's in your hands. Zhu Qi said to Duan Lingtian before he left. His words were extremely straightforward. I'll definitely not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes as he said nonchalantly. Zhu Qi left. He came suddenly and left quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes and disappeared into the night like a ghost. My spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, and it's only been a while, but I feel sleepy again. Looks like I won't be able to do anything for the next few days. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian sighed and returned to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. After Zhu Qi left Duan Lingtian's residence, he left the outer court under the cover of the night. Not only did he not return to the outer court, but he also headed out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate instead. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to leave the Moon Illumination sect and be as free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. With my, Zhu Qi's, cultivation base, I don't believe that there's no place for me in the 9-sect alliances district. In the future, I'll be an unrestrained sectless cultivator and won't have to bow to anyone. Chapter 1459. Soon after, Zhu Qi left the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Goodbye, Moon Illumination sect. Perhaps, I'll come back here after I've broken through to the Saint stage. At that time, I'll ask Liu Huan personally if he regrets his decision today. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Zhu Qi had also escaped from the flight-prohibiting formation. He soared up into the air and flew for a distance before he came to a halt. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he turned his head to look at the Moon Illumination sect's estate in the distance and muttered to himself. I can tell you now that I won't regret it. It's impossible for me to regret it. Just as Zhu Qi finished speaking and was about to leave, a ghost-like faintly discernible voice sounded by Zhu Qi's ear, causing his expression to change drastically. In a flash, Zhu Qi saw a person appearing in the air before him. Mars. Master. Zhu Qi's face turned pale when he saw the person who appeared before him. Why are you here? If I didn't come, wouldn't I be letting an unfilial disciple like you leave? The person who appeared was none other than Liu Huan. He sneered. You followed me? Zhu Qi asked after he took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. At this moment, Zhu Qi realized Liu Huan had heard his words. Due to this reason, he no longer said anything since it was useless. He knew Liu Huan's temper. He would not let him live. However, the moment he thought about how Liu Huan had followed him, he could not help but feel furious. As it turned out, Liu Huan did not trust him at all. I didn't follow you. I just wanted to confirm if you'd follow my orders. It seems like you've disappointed me. Liu Huan said nonchalantly. Disappointed? Zhu Qi knew he would definitely die today, so he decided to let it go. He mocked without any scruples. You want me to exchange my life for the life of the person you want to kill? Do you think I'm disappointing you just because I'm unwilling to? Is my life so worthless in your eyes? Being able to perish together with a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian is not an insult to you. Liu Huan's tone was still calm. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The consequence of that is that I'll get rid of you. If there is an afterlife, remember not to go against your master's words, no matter what your master asks you to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Huan attacked at lightning speed without waiting for Ju Qi's reply. In front of Liu Huan, Ju Qi could not fight back at all. He was killed in the blink of an eye. His entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He died without a burial place. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ju Qi would be killed by Liu Huan as soon as he left the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian was currently recovering his mind power in the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda. The exhaustion from the mind power caused him to fall into a deep sleep. He only woke up 2 days later. His mind power had recovered by about 70 to 80%. Of course, 2 days referred to the time in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the outside world, only 1 night and 1 morning had passed. After exiting the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian left his small courtyard and once again arrived at the martial arts practice field. There was already a group of people waiting for him in the martial arts practice field. These people were the outer court deacons and outer court disciples who had placed a huge bet in the gambling house that he had set up. When they saw him, all of them had excitement written all over their faces like hunters who had seen their prey. "Everyone, please line up properly. Take the receipt that I gave you back then and come here to collect your merit points." After Duan Lingtian arrived at the martial arts practice field, he told the crowd. After spending more than an hour, Duan Lingtian finally returned half of the merit points that everyone had bet. After returning the merit points, Duan Lingtian asked for directions and headed straight to the Merit Pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect. The Merit Pavilion in the Moon Illumination sect was similar to the Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. One could use their merit points to exchange for all kinds of necessities such as saint-grade martial tactics, saint weapons, pills, and so on. Not only that, they even had Dao talismans and saint weapons that were inscribed with saint inscriptions. In the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect, as long as one had enough merit points, one could exchange for anything that one wanted. Apart from human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics, one could also exchange for saint-grade martial tactics as long as one had enough merit points. Only human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics could not be taken away and could only be borrowed. It would cost 30,000 merit points just to borrow it once. 75 million merit points. It should be enough for me to squander. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. The Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was located in a convenient location. It was located at the intersection of the outer court and inner court. It was very convenient for outer court disciples and inner court disciples to come here. It seems like the Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is also built based on the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and stared at the Merit Pavilion in front of him as he muttered to himself. Apart from the difference in size, the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and the Merit Pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City were exactly the same, including some details. However, after entering the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. Compared to the Merit Pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was very different. The Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was divided into 5 levels. The first level was a place for the sect's disciples to trade. The sect's disciples could exchange their items for merit points with their fellow disciples or use their merit points to buy the items that they wanted. To put it bluntly, the first level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect was a small market that used merit points to trade. However, when Duan Lingtian walked in, he realized that the sect's disciples on the first level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect were mostly inner court disciples. This could be seen from the tokens hanging on their waists. Due to this reason, nobody recognized Duan Lingtian when he walked in. When he fought with Feng Fan, only a small number of inner court disciples were there to watch the battle. For this reason, even though his name had spread far and wide in the inner court district, most of the inner court disciples had never seen him before and did not know what he looked like. I'll walk around the first level of the merit pavilion and see if there's anything good. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, it was mostly because he found it refreshing that the sect's disciples would trade with merit points. The value of merit points in the Moon Illumination sect is much higher than Saint Stones. In the Moon Illumination sect, apart from human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactics, there's almost nothing that can't be exchanged with merit points. As for Saint Stones, they're only useful to the Moon Illumination sect's disciples when they cultivate. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Duan Lingtian stood on the first level of the merit pavilion and looked around. He did not attract anyone's attention at all. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see many inner court disciples had set up stalls at the corners and sides of the first level of the merit pavilion. There were many strange things on display at these stalls. Perhaps, they did not even recognize many of these things. They took them out because they wanted to see if any of their fellow disciples who knew their stuff would use their merit points to buy them. Huolaro. Duan Lingtian contacted Huolaro, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and said, "Take a look and see if there are any materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If there are, I'll buy them." Previously, Huolaro had told him about the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, those materials were only a part of it. In Huolaro's opinion, they were the more superficial ones. There were many materials that Huolaro did not mention. This included the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball and the material that he had bid for in the Rare Treasure Pavilion in Mount Hill City previously. It was enough to repair 10% of the materials on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After hearing Huolaro's response, Duan Lingtian began to walk around the first level of the Merit Pavilion. One had to admit that he was quite lucky. After walking around, Huolaro really found a few materials that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were all high-grade materials. According to Huolaro, one of the materials was even more precious than the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball. "Although I don't know why this thing is here, I'm sure it's a fragment of the newer rock," Huolaro told Duan Lingtian. The newer rock. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had only heard from Huolaro that there was a material that was even more precious than the 5-clawed Divine Dragon's Dragon Ball on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. However, he did not know what kind of material it was. Now that he heard Huolaro mention the name of the material, he was completely dumbfounded. What was the newer rock? It was a divine object from ancient myths and legends in his previous life. According to the legends, the newer rock was a rock that Newer used to mend the sky. Not only that, but there was also a legend in his previous life. The great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, had jumped out from the newer rock. Although Huolaro said it was only a fragment of the newer rock, it was still enough to shock Duan Lingtian. With Huolaro's hint, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a small stall. There was a skinny inner court disciple standing behind the stall. With just one look, one could tell that he was a shrewd person. His sparkling eyes seemed to be telling one that he was a profiteer. "Junior brother, you have a good eye. What I have here are all treasures." When the inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian looking over, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted him. "Treasures? Are you serious?" Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to walk to the front of the stall and squatted down. However, his gaze was far away from the fragment of the newer rock. The fragment of the newer rock looked like a fragment of an ordinary rock. It was very rough and was left in an inconspicuous corner. If it was not for Huolaro's reminder, Duan Lingtian would not have noticed its existence at all. It was because its presence was too weak, ridiculously weak. "Senior brother, how can these things be considered treasures? I've just entered the sect not long ago. Don't lie to me." Duan Lingtian looked at the inner court disciple behind the stall seriously and said vigilantly, "Just entered the sect?" Chapter 1460. Usually, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect would not have many merit points. However, when the inner court disciple thought that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, he pulled himself together and served Duan Lingtian, the customer, seriously. "Don't worry, junior brother. The treasures I have here are absolutely honest. This dried branch looks quite special. It's not bad to buy it to make a fire. Duan Lingtian picked up a dried branch from the stall and muttered to himself. This dried branch was one of the materials that Huolaro had his eyes on. Naturally, this material was not as good as the newer stone fragment. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he saw two materials that could repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in an inner court disciple's stall. Buy it to make a fire? When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then, he said solemnly, "Junior brother, don't underestimate this thing. It's not that simple." "Not that simple? I really can't tell." Duan Lingtian pursed his lips. He had a look of disbelief on his face. "If it's too expensive, I won't buy it. I'll go somewhere else to look." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. "Junior brother, I'm not lying to you." When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had not opened his stall for a long time. Now that he finally had a spendthrift, naturally, he would not let him go so easily. "Then, why don't you tell me what's so special about it?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "This thing looks like a dried branch, but it's not something that can be burned by just any kind of fire. There are many 1-star saint refinement masters in the inner court. However, even the flames that they use to refine weapons and pills can't burn it." The inner court disciple said seriously. "Really?" Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised and asked. "Of course, it's true." The inner court disciple hurriedly said, "Junior brother, if you're unwilling, you can find a 1-star saint refinement master to come over. Let's not talk about those who are far away. Even on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, there must be 1-star saint refinement masters. As long as you pay him a small amount of merit points, I don't think he will refuse to experiment for you." Duan Lingtian frowned and seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long while, under the expectant gazes of the inner court disciples, he relaxed his brows. "All right, I believe you. I don't have that many merit points to hire a 1-star saint refinement master. However, senior brother, I don't have many merit points on hand. If this thing is too expensive, I can't afford it." Duan Lingtian frowned again and said. Although he had over 1,000,000 merit points in his hands, he didn't intend to squander them recklessly. Perhaps there was something in the Merit Pavilion that he couldn't exchange for. He didn't want to waste too many merit points on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion. "It's not expensive at all." The inner disciple shook his head and said. "Not expensive? How many merit points is that?" Duan Lingtian asked. 5,000 merit points. The instant the inner court disciple's words left his mouth, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was as though he wanted to see how much Duan Lingtian could bear. When he found out that the purple-clad young man before him was an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect, his first thought was that this person did not have any saint stones on him. However, as he thought about it, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that many outer court disciples were from the city governor's estate of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. Those outer sect disciples were generally disciples under the command of the city lords of the various cities. It was normal for these outer court disciples to have 10,000 to 20,000 merit points in their hands. 5,000 merit points. Upon hearing the inner court disciples' words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. At that moment, he didn't even respond to the inner court disciples' words. He turned around and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, his eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. It was as though he did not expect the withered branch to be so valuable. "Junior brother, I was just joking earlier. 1,000 merit points. You can have 1,000 merit points." The inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly after hearing his price and turned around to leave, he realized that this purple-clad young man did not have many merit points. If he knew that this purple-clad young man was the outer court disciple, Duan Lingtian, who had been the talk of the town for the past 2 days, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The nouveau riche who had millions of merit points actually turned around and left the moment he heard the price of 5,000 merit points. Are you worthy of the millions of merit points you have? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's voice, Duan Lingtian smirked. However, he did not slow down and continued to walk to the other stall. 500 merit points. 500 merit points. Junior brother, this is really the lowest price I can afford. When the inner court disciple saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping, he smiled wryly immediately. 500 merit points. All right. However, you must give me another gift. Duan Lingtian also knew that 500 merit points should be the inner court disciple's bottom line. He did not continue to walk forward. Instead, he turned around and returned to the inner court disciple's stall. Gift. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the inner court disciple could not help but frown. He looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. However, when he saw that Duan Lingtian was only looking at the withered branch with a pained expression on his face, the inner court disciple's frown disappeared. He cursed in his heart, how unlucky, I've met a poor bastard. If this inner court disciple's thoughts were spread to the outer court area, he would probably drown in the saliva of a group of outer court disciples. Did he just say that Duan Lingtian who had millions of merit points was a poor bastard? Even an inner court elder would not dare to say such a thing, would he? Junior brother, 500 merit points is really the lowest price. As for the gift, I really can't afford it. The inner court disciple shook his head and did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request. Forget it then. I don't want it anymore. Duan Lingtian said impatiently and was about to leave again. Don't. The inner court disciple did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so stubborn. He became anxious. Junior brother, you can have a gift. However, you can only pick the ones that I let you pick. No problem, as long as there's a gift. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It was as though he did not care about the gift at all. The inner court disciple cursed in his heart again before he pointed at the corner of the stall. Junior brother, just pick one from the pile of things. Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the stall. It was the corner where the newer stone fragment was located. It can't be. Just these pieces of junk. Duan Lingtian frowned. Senior brother, you're actually exchanging these pieces of junk for merit points. You're cheating me, aren't you? Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you, so don't call them junk. The inner court disciple purposely pulled a long face as he said, moreover, you said earlier that it's fine as long as there's a gift. You didn't ask for anything. Don't tell me you're regretting it now. I'm really regretting it. Although I know senior brother is stingy, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Junior brother, it's a done deal. Don't go back on your words. The inner court disciple said with a cautious expression. Duan Lingtian sighed and squatted down to look at the corner of the stall. He flipped through the items one by one and casually tossed them aside. When he picked up the newer stone fragment and tossed it aside, his heartbeat quickened. It seems like there's nothing good here. Duan Lingtian said with a frown as he flipped to the end. When the inner court disciple heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. If there was something good, would he be willing to give it away as a gift? Forget it, I'll just pick one. Duan Lingtian casually picked up the newer stone fragment and said to the inner court disciple, Senior brother, I'll take this broken stone fragment. Is there a problem? Seeing that the stone fragment that Duan Lingtian picked up was a strange stone fragment that was impervious to water and fire, the inner court disciple nodded and said, no problem. However, junior brother, since you've picked it, you're not allowed to go back on your words. I won't. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually took out a crystal card to transfer 500 merit points to the inner court disciple. The merit points limit in the crystal shell would not be displayed unless the owner activated it with his true energy. Therefore, the inner court disciple did not know that the crystal shell in Duan Lingtian's hand contained more than 7 million merit points. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death. I've got the two materials. After putting away the two materials, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. Junior brother, Is there anything else you need? After coming to the Merit Pavilion for half a day, a smile appeared on the inner court disciple's face as he completed his first transaction. Senior brother, the things you have here are too expensive. I can't afford them with the remaining merit points I have. I'll go look at other stalls. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. At the same time, he turned around and left to buy a few other materials that could be used to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As for the other materials, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and only spent 1,000 merit points to buy all of them. He displayed the art of bargaining incisively and vividly to the point of perfection. Huilaro, with these materials, how much of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be repaired? Duan Lingtian asked. If we don't have the newer stone fragment, not much can be repaired. However, with the newer stone fragment, we can repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Huilaro said. About 70%. Upon hearing Huilaro's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. His face was filled with surprise. He did not expect the materials he bought on the first level of the Merit Pavilion to be so helpful in repairing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It could actually repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to about 70%. Before this, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired by 10%. In other words, today's harvest could repair 60% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huilaro, based on this speed, the opening of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is just around the corner, right? Duan Lingtian said to Huilaro. He was looking forward to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was looking forward to the better cultivation environment and the slower flow of time. Chapter 1461. Just around the corner? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Huilaro said, "It's too early to say that. These few materials were able to repair 60% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's all thanks to the newer stone fragment. Among them, the newer stone fragment alone was able to repair 40%. Huilaro's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed on Duan Lingtian's head, completely suppressing the excitement in Duan Lingtian's heart. It turned out that the reason these few materials were able to repair so much was all thanks to the newer stone fragment. For a time, the newer stone fragment's position in Duan Lingtian's heart skyrocketed. Huilaro, I've heard of a legend that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, was formed from a 5-colored stone that fell when Nuwa was mending the sky. You seem to have said that Sun Wukong was not a native of planet Yanghuang, but was formed from the newer stone of the ancient goddess Nuwa. Is the 5-colored stone really so miraculous that it can give birth to a monster like Sun Wukong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's naturally impossible for an ordinary 5-colored stone to give birth to a monster like the Horse Protector. The 5-colored stone that gave birth to the Horse Protector is the most precious part of the 5-colored stone, and it's called 5-colored chalcedony. It's blessed by heaven and earth, and it's very beautiful. That's why it could give birth to a monster like the Horse Protector. Huilaro said. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened, and then he asked, in that case, the 5-colored stone fragment I just obtained is just an ordinary 5-colored stone fragment. Yes. Huilaro replied. Huilaro, this 5-colored stone is so miraculous. How will it help me? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. When he thought about the power of the 5-colored stone, Duan Lingtian also hoped that it would bring him some benefits. That would be better than letting the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda consume it. If it was a complete piece of the 5-colored stone, it would naturally be of great help to you. However, a fragment of the 5-colored stone is of no help to you. Huilaro said. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed when he heard that. Since he had bought all the materials that he needed, Duan Lingtian left the first level of the Merit Pavilion and headed to the second level. The second level of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is where the Saint-grade martial tactics are stored. I wonder if the second level of the Moon Illumination Sect's Merit Pavilion is the same. Duan Lingtian walked into the second floor of the Merit Pavilion and realized that this was not the place where Saint-grade martial techniques were stored. The second floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was where one could exchange merit points for various materials. There were various materials here that could be used for refining weapons, refining medicine, inscribing Dao talismans, and even inscribing saint inscriptions. Naturally, the materials that were placed on the second level of the Merit Pavilion were extremely precious. Nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be willing to exchange for ordinary materials with merit points. After all, the value of merit points far surpassed saint stones in the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if there are any rare materials that can be used to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the second level of the Merit Pavilion. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he began to look forward to it. Currently, the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was already 70% repaired. It was only 30% away from being completely repaired. There was a counter at the entrance of the second level of the Merit Pavilion. An old man was sitting behind the counter. The old man seemed to be dozing off, but he gave off an unusual feeling. When Duan Lingtian passed by the counter, he even felt like he was being watched. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man vigilantly. He realized that although the old man seemed to be dozing off, he was actually more awake than anyone else. Leave your spatial ring and go in. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking at the old man vigilantly, the old man opened his sleepy eyes and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and took his spatial ring off before placing it on the counter. He knew that the feeling of being watched earlier was probably due to the old man using his powerful spiritual energy to check the spatial rings on his body to see exactly how many spatial rings he had. Fortunately, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda wasn't something that the old man's spiritual energy could detect. Duan Lingtian was not worried about the spatial ring that was placed on the counter. It was a spatial ring that had claimed ownership with his blood. Unless he was dead, it would be useless even if someone took it away. They would not be able to take out the things inside. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the rule of handing in one spatial ring on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. It was obvious that there was no one else guarding the second level of the Merit Pavilion. There were only a few people picking materials there. If one did not hand in one spatial ring, it was inevitable that someone would secretly put the materials into the spatial ring in an attempt to get away with it and save their merit points. After Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Merit Pavilion, he greeted Hualaro. Hualaro, look around and see if there are any materials that can be used to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if he did not take the initiative to greet Hualaro, Hualaro would not look outside. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. At the very least, this way, Hualaro would not pry into his privacy. In this regard, Hualaro was very tactful. Duan Lingtian was the owner of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Whether or not Hualaro was looking outside through the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would be the first to know. He knew that Hualaro was not looking outside, so he took the initiative to remind him. After walking around the second level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian found a total of more than 10 materials that could be used to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, these materials could only be used to repair 10% of the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It seems that I was really lucky when I was on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. The materials on the second level of the Merit Pavilion were clearly priced and could not be negotiated. The materials that Duan Lingtian found cost a total of 15,000 merit points, which was 10 times more than the merit points he spent on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally at this. Of course, he also knew that such a comparison was meaningless. The most precious newer stone fragment was a gift on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. It did not cost him any merit points at all. After returning to the counter and swiping the 15,000 merit points from his crystal card, Duan Lingtian put on his spatial ring again and put away the materials that he bought on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. Thank you, Elder. Before he was ready to go to the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man behind the counter. This old man's spiritual energy was stronger than anyone he had met before. Of course, the anyone referred to those who had displayed their spiritual energy in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not know how strong their spiritual energy was since they had not displayed their spiritual energy before. Because of this, Duan Lingtian guessed that the old man was an inner court elder. I wonder if that elder Dongfang is comparable to him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Dongfang was the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's Outer Court District, Dongfang Quan. Duan Lingtian had gone to look for him before and had met him once. Since he did not probe Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian did not know how strong his spiritual energy was. At that time, he had used a 4th grade Saint Stone and 10 5th grade Saint Stones as the price to ask Dongfang Quan to make a statement. It was the statement that was made a few days before the death duel between him and Feng Fan. At that time, many people were surprised by it. It did not cross their minds that the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan, would make a statement that he was willing to witness the bet that Duan Lingtian had made. He was also willing to fulfill the bet on behalf of Duan Lingtian after he was killed. Many people had also speculated about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Quan. However, it had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian had relied on the 11 Saint Stones to establish a relationship with Dongfang Quan. Of course, it was mostly because of the meaning behind the 11 Saint Stones. Generally speaking, the Saint Stones that circulated in the area around the Moon Illumination Sect and even the entire 9-Sect Alliances district were 6th grade Saint Stones at most. Usually, 7th grade Saint Stones could also be produced from 7th grade Saint Stone mines. As for 5th grade Saint Stones, very few people would continue to circulate them even if they flowed into the 9-Sect Alliances district from the outside. Most people would use them for cultivation. It was common knowledge that the higher the grade of Saint Stones, the lower the speed of cultivation. However, the higher the grade of the Saint Stone, the longer one could maintain a high-intensity closed-door cultivation without having to stop halfway to exchange for Saint Stones. There were many martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who missed the best opportunity to break through because they needed to exchange for Saint Stones halfway. Therefore, high-grade Saint Stones were also sought after by martial and Dao cultivators with a profound cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base of martial and Dao cultivators, the longer their closed-door cultivation would be. It was not impossible for them to be in closed-door cultivation for decades or even centuries. Among the 11 Saint Stones that Duan Lingtian had given to Dongfang Quan, there were 10 5th grade Saint Stones and 1 4th grade Saint Stone. 5th grade Saint Stones could only be produced from a 6th grade Saint Stone mine controlled by a 6th rate force. Although it was rare for it to flow into the 9-Sect Alliances district, it was not like it did not exist. However, 4th grade Saint Stones were extremely rare in the 9-Sect Alliances district. This was because 4th grade Saint Stones could only be produced from a 5th grade Saint Stone mine controlled by a 5th rate force. The people in the 9-Sect Alliances district would only be able to exchange for 4th grade Saint Stones if they went to the central area of the district controlled by a 5th rate force. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for the people in the 9-Sect Alliances district to have 4th grade Saint Stones. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, someone from the central area of the district controlled by a 5th rate force had come to the 9-Sect Alliances district and left a 4th grade Saint Stone there. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to take out a 4th grade Saint Stone was enough to make Dongfang Quan speculate about his identity. This was also Duan Lingtian's motive. It was also because of this that Dongfang Quan would cooperate with him so readily. Otherwise, why would a mere outer court disciple like him make Dongfang Quan, a dignified Grand Elder of the Outer Court, help him? It's rare to see such a polite little fellow like you nowadays. A smile appeared on the old man's face. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to thank him. One must know that most people who came to the second level of the Merit Pavilion would leave after exchanging the materials. Who would care about an old man like him? Little fellow, what's your name? Chapter 1462. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian? The old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian's waist. When he saw the outer court disciple's token, His eyes lit up immediately. You're the Outer Court disciple who killed the Earth-ranking powerhouse in the death duel in the Outer Court district yesterday? Elder, you've heard about it too? Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had indirectly admitted to it. Good, good. You're so polite even though you're talented in martial Dao. How rare. The old man had a kind expression on his face. Elder, you flatter me. Duan Ling Tian smiled humbly. My name is Fang Gan. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me in the Merit Pavilion. If I'm not on duty, you can look for me in the inner court. I'll definitely help you if I can. The old man smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Fang Gan. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to make such a promise. He quickly thanked him and was touched. After all, he only greeted the old man out of politeness. After greeting the old man again, Duan Lingtian left the second level of the Merit Pavilion and went to the third level of the Merit Pavilion. When he arrived at the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw a counter similar to the one on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. There were two middle-aged men sitting behind the counter. It was obvious they were the people in charge of the third level of the Merit Pavilion. Sensing their spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian knew their strength was far inferior to Fang Gan, who was on the second level of the Merit Pavilion. These two people's strength is similar to an outer court elder. They're either outer court elders or inner court deacons. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess their identities. Put down your spatial ring and go in. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded, put down the storage ring, and walked into the third floor of the Merit Pavilion. After entering the third floor of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked around and couldn't help but be slightly moved. This was because the third floor of the Merit Pavilion was divided into 3 areas, and each of the 3 areas had many good things. The 3 regions were respectively the Elixir region, the Sacred Artifact region, and the Dao Talisman region. Duan Lingtian first went to the Elixir section and collected a lot of 3-star healing pills and 3-star sensory pills. There were also some 4-star Saint Grade elixirs with extremely high prices. Duan Lingtian also bought some. However, the amount of merit points he had to spend made his heart ache. The price of a 4-star Saint Grade pill started at 10,000 merit points. Although Duan Lingtian felt the pinch, he did not find it strange. As far as he knew, the most outstanding alchemist in the Moon Illumination sect was only a 3-star Saint Refinement Master who could refine 3-star Saint Grade elixirs at most. The 4-star Saint Grade elixirs that were even more precious were collected by the Moon Illumination sect through other channels. They had to pay a hefty price for it, so the price was extremely high. The pile of elixirs that Duan Lingtian bought cost him almost 200,000 merit points in total. After leaving the elixir section, Duan Lingtian went to the Saint Weapon section. He discovered that most of the Saint weapons here were Earth-rank Saint weapons. Moreover, most of them were Saint weapons that were inscribed with Saint inscriptions. Naturally, Saint weapons that were inscribed with different Saint inscriptions had different prices. Saint weapons that were not inscribed with Saint inscriptions were undoubtedly the cheapest. On the other hand, Saint weapons that were inscribed with 1-star Saint inscriptions were relatively more expensive. However, there were only a few 3-star Divine Strider talismans. A 1-star Divine Strider talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of an early Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration as a 2-star Divine Strider talisman. A 3-star Divine Strider talisman could raise the user's speed to the level of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator for the same duration. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Saint. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as excitement appeared on his face. I must buy a few of these talismans to protect myself. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the price tag of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, completely extinguishing his enthusiasm. 300,000 merit points. This is a blatant robbery. Duan Lingtian could not help but curse in a low voice. However, although Duan Lingtian cursed, he still picked up a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Although he felt the pinch, this was indeed a good item. It could even save his life during a critical moment. 300,000 merit points are gone again. Coupled with a bunch of Saint-grade pills, that's a total of 500,000 merit points. Duan Lingtian finally experienced the feeling of spending money like water. At this moment, he even regretted his generous promise to return half of the bet to the group of outer court deacons and outer court disciples yesterday. Naturally, as soon as the thought of regret rose in his mind, he suppressed it again. No matter what, it was already in the past. Moreover, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him to do. At the very least, he would have formed quite a good relationship with the outer court. Also, this 3-star golden energy talisman can block the attack of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator for 15 minutes. Although it's slightly cheaper than a 3-star divine strider talisman, it's still as ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. A 3-star Dao talisman was really valuable. However, as a defensive Dao talisman, the golden energy talisman was slightly cheaper than the divine strider talisman. Not only was the difference between a 3-star golden energy talisman and a 3-star divine strider talisman huge, but there was also a difference of 10,000 merit points between a 2-star golden energy talisman and a 3-star divine strider talisman. A 2-star golden energy talisman was worth 20,000 merit points. A 2-star divine strider talisman, on the other hand, was worth 30,000 merit points. A 1-star Dao talisman is still cheaper. It only costs 2,000 to 3,000 merit points. However, the effect of a 1-star Dao talisman is not that great. Apart from this 1-star divine strider talisman that can block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator, this 1-star golden energy talisman can only block the attack of an early Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, these 1-star Dao talismans were not very meaningful. If there were defensive Dao talismans and speed Dao talismans, naturally, there would be offensive Dao talismans as well. There were so many offensive Dao talismans that Duan Lingtian was dazzled by them. However, Duan Lingtian soon confirmed one thing. The price of the offensive Dao talisman was much higher than the speed Dao talisman, the divine strider talisman. Moreover, there were only 2-star offensive Dao talismans on sale at most. There were no 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Once a 2-star offensive Dao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack comparable to a mastery Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator. 4 marshal or Dao cultivators below the mastery Saint Rudiment stage, apart from those who could fight opponents above their level, as long as they were hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman, they would be half-crippled even if they did not die. The price of a 2-star offensive Dao talisman is the same as a 3-star Vajra talisman. How ridiculous! Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue. However, he also took one of the 2-star offensive Dao talismans and was prepared to buy one. In just a short while, he had already bought items worth 700,000 merit points on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Fortunately, there was no one else on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked and envious. However, when Duan Lingtian brought these items to the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion to settle the bill, the 2 inner court deacons were still dumbfounded. Are you sure you want to buy these? One of the inner court deacons asked in disbelief. He had no choice but to ask. Even if he was an inner court disciple, it was impossible for him to be so generous. Moreover, the young man in front of him had an outer court disciple's token hanging on his waist. It was obvious he was only an outer court disciple. I'll pay by card. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he swiped 700,000 merit points from the crystal shell. When he swiped it out, he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. When the 2 inner court deacons saw the 700,000 merit points had been transferred to their account, they looked at each other and saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.